All right. Good evening, everybody. Let me just take a second here and make sure that everything's set up on the Twitch end, and it is. I was actually a little surprised. I think earlier today it felt like everybody was streaming Terra Invicta, and it seems that it's calmed down a little bit. I was actually kind of expecting to be broadcasting to an empty channel, and then everybody would kind of pick the game up on the VOD. But it seems like things have kind of calmed down. There are other people playing it right now, which is good news. But I think I also owe you all an explanation in terms of why I'm doing Terra Invicta instead of Old World, as was originally planned. And to be honest with you, like there isn't a huge reason for this. I just sort of took a look at the practical, kind of the practical considerations for the oncoming week. So, first thing I'll mention, I was going to be doing Old World, and I'd actually still really like to do Old World. I have a feeling I may not be able to get to it this week, so my apologies to them. Hey, Takri, just finish your thing. Oh, okay, great. Thank you for stopping by. I think you're the first in. Take care. Please, yeah, I'm always happy for lurkers. People don't need to. Well, no, actually, I like knowing it's there. Have a good shower, and we'll see you when you get back. But yeah, the plan with Terra Invicta. Well, so basically, Hooded Horse very kindly gave me a key for the demo a couple of days in advance. I actually think this demo became available yesterday, but it's part of the, I think Next Fest is what's going on with Steam. Now, one thing I wanted to take a look at for this game was a question in terms of when the demo is going to be sort of pulled off. I should maybe just explain the reason I asked that question. So I don't want to say who. I've been lucky enough to sort of be able to talk with some game developers and look at their sales data for them. And for some of them at least, they seem to be running counter to a really really common bit of received wisdom for indies. For a while it felt like everybody was like, you need to have a demo, and you played this demo for 6 hours yesterday, still don't know how anything works. 10 out of 10, no. Yeah, Erasmus, I do think that there's a couple things I would have preferred to have seen in the tutorial. I'll maybe try to talk about that, but without being too... Like, this game is still in development, right? And it was actually pushed, the release was pushed a bit later, so I don't think there's a whole lot of value in watching somebody play the game for a couple of hours and just complaining about things. But I'm going to try... It's actually one of the reasons why I'm starting from the tutorial at the beginning again, is that now that everybody is able to access it and will like be able to play, like in theory you can see this demo and you're like, this thing looks awesome, I want to play it right away. I figure it's a little bit better now for me to be able to sort of plant this flag and say, here's what I thought this meant, but after playing for a little bit, here's how I think about it now. The other thing that I noticed is that I played this quite a bit off cast. Well, quite a bit for me, off cast. And I thought I discovered this like really neat strategy regarding the European Union and like being able to absorb all the member states into this sort of superpower that lowers the demand, like the pressure on your command points. Apparently somebody did that on YouTube, and that is like the really dominant approach now. So I'm like, oh, okay, so if I do that on stream, I'm basically playing the game like everybody else is. Now I'll talk about it, but maybe I don't know, we'll see where the game goes, but I feel like, I don't know, it'd be nice to try and do something original. Hey, I did that to you. That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a good strategy. But yeah, we'll talk a bit about that. But where does Vane go? But yeah, sorry. Let me go back to the beginning. So I again, in some of this data work that I've done with people. So for a while there was, okay, so once upon a time, there was like demos for everything, and then they sort of fell by the wayside. And I think the consensus was that demos required a lot of effort, and that ultimately they were not resulting in a lot of sales. That demos would have been more appropriate for a time when you were, I don't know, like getting, you know, physical media with gaming magazines and stuff like that. And then the pendulum seems to have swung the other way. That, and I think you've probably all noticed this, that like there's a lot of demos on Steam now, particularly for events like Next Fest. But, you know, even a little bit before that, it sort of felt like there was a prologue version of a game, or there was some, you know, some sort of free light version that was released to try and generate some interest. And there was this, if you kind of follow some of these game discoverability kind of blogs or newsletters and such, there was sort of this feeling that, you know, demos were the way to get noticed, that it was something that you kind of had to do, otherwise you would run the risk of not being, not being discovered, and ultimately all of your, you know, your production efforts would be for naught, because, you know, nobody would know about your game when it came out, which is obviously very different from how people had been thinking about demos kind of for a really long time previously. But it does invite the question, right? Like, what changed? Is it just that, you know, demos were overdone, and so now it is actually viable to do them again, or is there something else that's changed? And one of the things, and again, this is totally anecdotal, it may only be appropriate to the developers that I wound up talking with, they actually found that when it came down to actual conversions, like not wish lists, not, you know, other things that do correlate with sales, but like there's a couple ways that you can actually go a little bit deeper on your wish lists and see whether or not they're turning into sales, or if you know, or if it's you know, you're kind of optimizing for the wrong measure. But in this case, it was definitely very difficult to find any evidence that you know, that these demos were resulting in any more sales. And in fact, for one of them, they went so far as to say that it was actually hurting sales. I am very cautious whenever I make data claims like that. I could not find evidence that they were hurting sales, but I could see their point, because in the end it sort of seemed to be there was a lot of take-up from people who were kind of looking for a free-to-play game, and the thing that was nice about a demo is like, yeah, it's a limited experience, but it doesn't have some of the free-to-play you know, mechanics inside of it. So you wouldn't be playing the full game, but you'd be getting something to sort of distract you. And essentially this was something that was never going to be turned into a sale. So I suspect probably people have caught it. Again, I can't speak for independent game developers. I'm sort of on the outside. You know, every once in a while I get a chance to look at some data. It's really cool. But in the end, I'm going to have a very limited view of how these things work. But I think... I suspect probably people have started to notice this. I think probably the problem is that there were other factors that were true for these big sort of standout success stories, that these were games that also had a very large marketing push, and that in addition they were doing a demo. And because that demo had, you know, all the benefits of sort of marketing sort of pushing people through, we weren't necessarily doing the apples to apples comparison. It's a common mistake to happen. It seems obvious, but, you know, again, when you're looking at a bunch of newsletters saying, you know, you got to do a demo, that's how you're going to sell your game, you know, people are generally going to want to participate in a particular narrative. And it does sometimes require a certain platform, not just to be able to say, you know what, this didn't actually work out for us, but also to kind of have the courage to say, you know, I actually think what the majority of people are saying about this thing is not necessarily true. Now, that doesn't mean demos aren't useful, but one of the reasons why I wanted to ask about the duration for the Terra Invicta demo is that this is a meaty game. This is a game with a lot going on, and I certainly plan on spending as much time as I can with it. But The fact of the matter is that for most developers, I suspect the optimal strategy is not to make a demo available forever. And so with that in mind, I wanted to see whether or not there were any plans as to when this would go away. And again, too, you also don't want people making some buying decisions based off of an outdated build of the game. So I don't think, the last I heard, again, Hooded Horse was kind enough to give me an early look, and that means I get to email and ask. I think they'd said that it might be available for a few days after the 20th, but there was no firm decision yet. But the one thing I didn't hear back was this will be available forever. So there's a lot of games out there trying to get your attention, and they're all excellent, right? I think we're very lucky as consumers in the sense that there's a ton of games to go around. But I do want to say Terra Invicta is absolutely worth checking out, and I will try and give you some reasons why on this broadcast. But just keep in mind that it's probably going to take quite a bit more time than you think. One, to get a grip on the game, but also, just to play through it. I think I was hearing some people were saying that there's about 10 hours of material inside of this to get to like year 7. I mean, for me, just triple that, and that'll be how long it takes me on a stream. So we're probably not going to get to the end of the demo on a broadcast, especially with me doing like half an hour of ranting at the start. But I wanted to try and get that up front now, because of course we're at the beginning of the availability of all these demos, and there's probably going to be a lot of things that you want to try. But I do hope you try Terra Invicta. I'm really looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this since the Kickstarter. Hopefully some of you backed the Kickstarter off of my, charm and charisma and my excellent salesmanship for good Kickstarters. But with that in mind, you're not really going to give yourself a shot if you think you're going to kind of sit 15 minutes and get an idea in terms of where the game's going. Hadn't heard of this game until you saw you stream it, and the first thing that hit you, for better or worse, is how ambitious it is. There's a lot of mechanics in there, and it feels like a bunch of games mashed together, but it is already fun despite how impenetrable the UI is. Yeah, I'll give the UI a couple of credits, but there are definitely... I think what I'll probably do, I joined the Discord just a little bit before the stream, and I prefer email. I actually really do not like Discord for communications, particularly for like questions and answers, because it just doesn't feel like there's a good way to sort of search and organize topics. Like a forum or email or wiki tends to be a little bit better for that. But I mean, Pavonis prefers Discord. They're the ones who's kind of set up their feedback mechanisms. But like, to me, I'd kind of like to just sit down with an email and say, it's like, okay, so here are some things I was thinking that I would get. Here are some hurdles that I ultimately got over, but didn't. And like, just basically sort of say, here are the things that I felt I could have used a little more help with when it comes down to understanding the game. But the other thing too is I actually do need to put some quality time. So for instance, I haven't done skirmish other than to look at it. Like, this is the space combat, because I suspect the intention isn't that you're going to be doing a lot of space combat in the period of time that the main game is. But yeah, I would agree completely with you, Erasmus. I was... so I knew it was a grand strategy game. I knew that it was very large in scope, but I had no appreciation on just how far they were going with the simulation. I was very impressed when I saw it, actually. But Olaf, great to see you. How you doing? It's a tea day today, I'm afraid. No coffee. I really need to make sure I'm getting some sleep. But anyways. With all of that in mind, I feel a little less guilty about not doing Old World. We'll probably... I pretty much feel like I need to put a I had coffee earlier, if that helps. I didn't wash the mug out very thoroughly, so there may be some coffee sediment left at the bottom. I suspect probably next week. If you're here for Old World, that may actually have to be next Monday. I will feel a bit better. I feel a bit better that I'm doing another Hooded Horse game, because again, it's a publisher I'm really interested in. This is actually the game that made me kind of aware of Hooded Horse, I hope this kind of motivates some people to check out and possibly wishlist the game. That's good. I I have a feeling I got a really tough week coming up, Olaf. I'm doing the best that I can to sort of insulate myself from the worst of it, but I'm doing all right today. I actually got a couple things done that I was not expecting to do. Actually, one of them is related to that developer data and stuff, so can't talk about that too much, though, other than I'm feeling pleased with myself. Okay, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the rest of the plan for the week, Wednesday we're definitely going to do another Brace Yourself game, so that'll be Industries of Titan, and then Friday, I mean, maybe Terra Invicta again, but I feel like I should probably go back to Songs of Conquest or Out There, and actually with that in mind, if I have the time, I might try and sneak another stream in on Tuesday or Thursday, but I actually noticed with all the extra streams that I've been doing, I've been feeling the effects, and it's kind of coming across on some of the pre-recorded videos, so no promises on those. Sorry, I didn't mean to do so much lead up. So, for Terra Invicta, I'm going to start the game over, and I'm going to basically kind of treat it like a kind of a brand new run. I'm going to reset the tutorials and all of that. And there's some things that I sort of learned. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fair to say that I've learned a little bit more through the trial and error. I don't necessarily think the tutorial's all that bad, but I do feel that there is a lot going on in the game, and it's a little, like, sometimes if a tutorial gives you too much information, it's as bad as giving you none, because you don't know where to kind of put your attention. You don't necessarily know how you're going to, how you're going to try and get a handle on, what you need to know. But with that in mind, I definitely found, so actually I can show you under the save system. So there's the Twitch one that we did day before yesterday, I think. Private was my first run. I think this is one where I actually kind of wound up having countries all over the place. And then this should be going good ? And I actually think one of these autosaves is actually different from the going good save. So like I've tried a few different runs with some different approaches and all of that. And we'll be talking about that. But we are going to kind of jump in from the very beginning with enabling the tutorial, and we'll sort of see where the session takes us. Should have done all that talking over the loading. It occurred to me that I did put this on my hard drive, so your loading times may vary. I do suspect it takes a bit to load, but I suspect in my own case, I did not do myself any broadcasting favors by starting the by putting it on the slower device. Ronmonger, I'm for a new start. I'm not even sure what this game is about yet, and you've seen a few, oh my goodness, few hours of it. Yeah, I mean, I do play things quite slowly, but I think at the very least, because I have a little bit of a grip on how I might approach a few different things, I feel like I can I don't know, I feel like I can do I feel like I can give enough of a supplement to the tutorial so people can at least have some reasons for why they're doing some things. And again, to a certain extent, I'm just taking what the tutorial's already taught me. But maybe at the very least, if you can kind of find some boundaries to kick against, that'll help. Oh, we remember the day the stars answered, the day we learned that we are not alone. As an unfamiliar sun rose in an unfamiliar universe, some of us saw wondrous possibility, and others existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't really believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty. In our ignorance, we fractured, taking refuge in our most primal emotions. Each of us saw what we wanted to see. Everyone loves heroes, depends on them. Save us from evil, lead us through the darkness. Problem is, real heroes are always ignored. What no one understands is that being shot at is easy. The hard part is convincing someone they're drowning before it's too damn late. Welcome to Terra Invicta. In this demo, you will be able to play the early part of the campaign as the Resistance, a faction dedicated to uncovering the truth about the alien arrival and protecting humanity from aggression. This version has some features removed from the full release of the game. Objective progression will stop at a certain point. Some human ship models and large hab modules have been removed. The campaign will stop after 7 years of play. If you enjoy the campaign, please wishlist us on Steam. You can do this from the main menu. Thank you for downloading, and we really hope you enjoy the game. Just maybe a quick reminder for those of you who weren't with us when we first streamed this. When we first did Terra Invicta, I talked a little bit about the background for this. So Pavonis Interactive are kind of one of these examples of game developers who made a name for themselves with a very popular mod, and now are sort of setting out to do an independent game on their own. So they did the Long War mod and, of course, Long War 2 for XCOM 2. Now, I believe they were constituted as a business, Pavonis Interactive, specifically for XCOM 2, because I believe they were actually invited to make some mods or some additional content for XCOM 2 for like the launch. But I also believe they went and did Long War 2 as well. But this is their first effort. This is something I actually followed before there was a Kickstarter. And of course, when the Kickstarter came, I kind of knew I was going to back it no matter what. But this was when I got the demo. This is actually the first chance I finally got to try it out. Oh, no release date, but it is worth saying that this game will be released. I believe they've pushed the release to the second half of 2022, so it will be coming out this year. But we do need to wait a little bit. I know they're looking to polish the game, and I have no doubt that with the demo, they're probably going to be taking on some feedback. Now, if you can just give me a second here, I've got my tablet. I think I'm actually going to take a second here, and I want to take some notes as I play the game, because this is still a chance for me to learn, right? And it occurred to me that I brought the tablet, but I didn't necessarily bring my pencil, so just a second. All right, sorry about that. So let's get started. Come on. I've actually been delighted at the number of games that have been coming out that I feel motivated to take some notes while playing. I know Night Team 4 actually had a neat little feature of just having a notepad inside of it, because of course you're spending so much time in that game and you're in the Stinger OS anyway. So let's continue. Welcome to the tutorial for Terra Invicta. This is the beginning of a standard playthrough of the game at the difficulty you selected. The tutorial has two primary components which function independently of each other. One, a set of objectives to guide you through key aspects of gameplay. Some of these objectives may take years to accomplish. Specific steps to take to accomplish these objectives appear at the top of the screen. These will appear alongside your regular campaign objectives that move the story along. 2. A description of various elements in the game's interface when you first open them. These will help you understand the various tools that you have to complete your goals. In addition, many of the game's mechanics are described in detail in the codex, which can be opened by clicking the question mark box on many of the panels in-game. You may also reset the interface tutorial via the codex if you want to see it again. The campaign starts just before the first mission phase. To start playing, either run the clock using the controls in the top right corner of the screen or hit continue on all of these notifications. UFO crashes on to Earth. The alien vessel has crashed down in the Kazan region in Russia. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. Resist the alien invasion. Greetings, Commander. I'm pleased to report the Council has appointed you leader of the Resistance. I am Fiona Aod. I think it's Aod. Hey, it's Jabba, your Chief of Staff. Most of the world is reacting with fascination at the arrival of an alien species on Earth. We represent a small group of politicians, scientists, and military and intelligence personnel who fear that the aliens' crash landing in Russia and subsequent disappearance may not have been an accident. We intend to build an international organization capable of investigating and, if necessary, combating any threat the aliens may pose. I recommend we send a counselor to investigate the crash site in the Kazan region as soon as possible. Our other counselors may be best used in trying to gain influence in nations which may be able to contribute resources to our cause. You may review our objectives at any time by clicking our faction symbol in the top left corner of your screen. Well, no worries, Java. I didn't get the sleep that I wanted last night, so... but fortunately, there's a lot for me to think about in Terra Invicta, so the one thing I'm not going to be is sleepy. New objective, assign counselors to missions. Counselor missions are the primary way of expanding your reach on Earth. Twice a month, the game will enter the mission phase, during which all factions will assign their counselors to missions. Missions may target nations, control points, space facilities, and other counselors. Missions will be resolved in a set sequence in the weeks between mission phases. Defensive missions will trigger before missions that are offensive in nature. While some missions are automatically successful, many are contested and require a success roll. After all counselors have been assigned missions, select the Confirm Assignments button. So we'll hit continue again. Remember, the game told it. So this is actually a really good example I can give you, again, because there's a lot that goes on in the game. I think you may remember that I kind of wound up trapped in a series of windows. The tutorial did recommend that I hit the continue button each time. And I think what I had done was I'd hit take me there. So sometimes a careful reading can be an important step. All right, new objectives: investigate the alien crash. Our first knowledge of the alien arrival came when its spacecraft aerobraked in our upper atmosphere before crashing down in a remote territory and apparently self-destructing. We should send a counselor to the site to learn what we can. Have a counselor conduct the Investigate Alien Activity mission at the crash site. Alright, view objectives. Welcome to Terra Invicta. These tutorial windows will describe... Sydney Siebert, Commander, it appears that we have some supporters in Chile, making it a good target for us to control. So, welcome to Terra Invicta. These tutorial windows will describe how to access and manage various aspects of your faction throughout the game. The objectives panel, reachable by clicking your faction symbol, tracks all of your current and completed objectives here. These are necessary to advance the storyline and discover what is behind the alien arrival in our solar system. The tutorial also includes an extra series of objectives to guide you in performing basic actions in Terra Invicta. The top panel shows your current resources and incomes. Hover over each for details. Money, influence, and ops are vital for advancing your goals on Earth. Boost and mission control are for developing your space programs. Research and engineering unlock new technologies and modules for your ships and habitats. This panel contains shortcuts to locations and management screens for Terra Invicta. Clicking here will focus the camera on Earth and activate the political overlay showing national borders, armies, and alien-related phenomena. Clicking here will bring the camera view to the solar system. Your counselors are your chief agents on Earth and later throughout the solar system. By going on missions, they can rally nations to your cause, hunt for aliens, or interfere with the operations of other factions. You can manage and recruit counselors here. Can I base myself out of PEI? Technically, PEI is in Montreal, but other than that, you absolutely can. Nothing saying you. Dude, just there's nothing saying you can't. I mean, technically, there's no base as far as I can tell. So, but yes, we could build a stronghold in Canada, and we can let our headcanon be that the safest place for the resistance is in fact Prince Edward Island. Good source of potatoes. All right. You can manage and recruit your counselors here. This is actually something we're going to do right away, but I want to clear out the tutorial windows that I have. You'll notice I'm really trying to focus on one tutorial line at a time, and then what I'll do is I'll just add some commentary on things where I needed a little bit more explanation or why I'm going to take a particular approach. The Nations panel puts all nation data in one place. You can also assign priorities to your control points here. Influencing the nations of Earth is one of the main ways of establishing geopolitical dominance with your faction. View details on any nation by clicking here. View details on yours and other faction space stations and surface bases in the Habitats HABs panel. You can also order construction of modules for your existing HABs. The Fleets panel is where you view all discovered fleets, as well as design new ships and manage ship construction. Research is vital to progressing in Terra Invicta. View and manage your faction's research priorities here, as well as any contributions to collective global research projects. View Intel panel. The Intel panel is a collection of data that you have discovered about the aliens, other factions, activity on Earth, and any space bodies in the solar system. Check back frequently to assess your faction's current knowledge and to help make better decisions. Change Earth map mode. Cycle through the different nation color filters for Earth here. Finder panel. This is the Finder panel. It is a reference list to all counselors, HABs, armies, and fleets that your faction controls. Click on any object in this list to center your camera view there. You can also filter the list with buttons on the top of the panel. Pause and unpause the game here, as well as adjust the game speed. At times, the game will remain paused until you address an urgent matter. This is a fairly important one to keep in mind. I have noticed a couple of times that it won't show me the, it'll show this icon when there isn't actually something holding it up. But I have noticed if I hit the space button and it's sort of indicating that I can't advance time, falsely indicating that I can't advance, usually hitting space bar saves that. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, there is one other thing I wanted to say. I was talking about the fact that my taskbar couldn't be removed. Now, I honestly can't tell you what I did to fix it. That was actually a problem on my computer. I tried to do a Cultist Simulator video and I had the same problem as well. So honestly, I just kind of hit the lock and unlock buttons again and reset my machine, and then it kind of sorted it out there. So, but yeah, that was on me. That was definitely not on Terra Invicta. It just happened to be that I didn't notice it for the other things that I was doing, and I had assumed that it was the game when it was not. So my bad. All right, so that's it for the sort of the main menu tutorial. We're going to also talk about counselors because the game has brought that up. Actually, I think it was because I clicked on her. This window shows the currently selected counselor. In addition to assigning them missions during the mission phase, you can select their portrait to open the counselor detail screen to learn more about them. Understanding your counselor's strengths and weaknesses is the key to success. The missions available for a selected counselor appear here during the mission phase. Select a mission to view the assignment details. We're not going to do that yet. Oh, well, it wants us to. Okay, so maybe I'll talk a little bit about the assignments that we have here. Now, this is actually one of the first things that I ran into in terms of difficulty, and I actually think I don't have a good solution yet for the composition of counselors, but the limitations on what kinds of missions your counselors can go on is going to be a really big factor in terms of how difficult you find it to kind of do the things you want to do. Or alternatively, it's going to be something that you spend some time thinking about when you're recruiting new counselors. So for instance, let's take influence as an example up here. So we have 50 influence, daily income is 0.48, 17 from 0.17 from counselors, 0.31 from nations. Our monthly annual influence income is 14.5. Our annual influence income is 175. Influence represents political capital and the ability to sway institutions and people to pursuing your goals. It is gained from favorable global public opinion about your faction's ideology, orgs, counselor traits, and HAB modules. It is also spent on maintaining your control points each month. We are currently managing control points with a value of 0 against our cap of 85. Exceeding this cap will reduce our influence income. Now, it may be that I don't understand this game that well, but my feeling is that it is considerably easier to gain a control point than it is to lose one. I've actually found that once you establish yourself in a region, it is very, very difficult to be dislodged from it. Not impossible, but like the tutorial, for instance, is going to get you to try and do a coup. And like, I'm pretty sure it's very often going to fail. And we can talk a little bit about that later. But one thing that I think can sometimes be a bit of a trap is the cap of 85. That can sort of creep up on you. So let's say that you sort of expand out to 85, like your 85 cap, and you kind of know how to moderate your expansion so that you don't get hit by the penalty. And I think that cap is there to just kind of prevent you from being able to sort of get control points everywhere and then just making it hell on earth for your rivals to basically get anything done. But one thing that you may not necessarily think about is that, like, when you're starting off early in the game, it's like, okay, well, if I get control of regions, that's going to give me more resources, which, you know, I'm ultimately going to be able to do more in the game about. To me, at the very least, I always like to have this nice base to grow off of. But one of the challenges with that approach is that you can lead you to basically having 5 counselors, all of who have control nation as a mission, which on its own is great for sort of rapid expansion. And then you're going to find out, oh, there's a cap, and I don't have a way of getting past that cap, so now I'm not able to do the other things. Now, you can sort of fire counselors and you know, move on. But with that in mind, that will mean that you've spent resources in order to get people who are not necessarily delivering on your goals. So it is actually kind of helpful to keep an eye in terms of what missions you can do. And again, the tutorial says in terms of what abilities you want to keep, what abilities that you want to keep some diverse set of missions that you can go on. But one thing I did notice was that because in the early stages, I noticed that control nation was really important to me. I would tend to overemphasize that. And then when I would take a look at the list of missions to do, things like send someone on a purge mission, defend interests, etc., well, that would tend to, like, I'd get into a little bit of trouble because I was too heavy on certain missions. So I'll give you a quick rundown of some of the ones. Again, there's descriptions that they'll give you on the mouse over, but I'll kind of talk about how useful I've found these, and maybe I'll also give an example of some cases where I haven't quite been able to make some sense of why I would do certain missions. So Control Nation, gain an open control point in a nation. It uses the Persuasion stat, and you can spend influence to increase your chances. Defend interests, fortify our control points in this nation against enemy crackdowns, purges, and coups. So basically this is about acquiring new control points. This is about maintaining what you already have. Set national policy. Set a major policy for the targeted nation, such as initiating a war. You will select the policy when the mission resolves. Requires executive control and costs 10 influence. Stabilize nation reduces unrest in the target nation, improving the economy and reducing the chance the government is overthrown. It uses the command stat, and you can spend ops on it. Obviously, not every country is a basket case, so this will be more or less important in certain regions. Surveil location, significantly increase the likelihood enemy counselors and aliens will be detected in the counselor's region and adjacent regions, or in a hab or fleet. They also detect hidden alien assets in nearby Earth regions. So I will confess, this one I haven't quite been able to get a grip on where it becomes useful. There have been a couple of cases where it says support for the aliens are increasing in a region, and it doesn't indicate that there's something to check out there. So one thing I'm going to be trying down the road is to do a surveillance mission in a region where it says that. But this is one I've done a couple of times, and I haven't been able to fully appreciate its effect. Set national policy is one that actually winds up being very strong, but it's not obviously strong until you sort of know what to look for. So we're going to talk about that. Turn counselor, turn an enemy counselor to our cause, giving us a wealth of intelligence and control over whether the counselor's missions will succeed or fail. We must know the target's actual loyalty attribute to attempt this mission. It's a persuasion mission, and we can spend influence on it. Go to ground, go into hiding in an Earth region to escape enemy detection and attacks. Contact an identified counselor from another faction to initiate a diplomatic exchange. Now, because this costs 10 influence, I haven't really tried to do this yet, so this is going to be another mystery for me. Orbit, move from the surface of the Earth to any orbit inside the Earth-Moon system, or from the surface of any space body or to a station or ship in an interface orbit. Costs 0.1 boost on Earth only. Kind of like learning EU4 again. You don't mind, though. Yeah, no, it's definitely fun. I mean, this is one of the things, to me at least, this is one of the appeals of playing the demo, is that we're not quite, I mean, so there's definitely people who've played this game already. There were people who played this game before the demo came out. But we're kind of in this nice place where there isn't a lot of received wisdom about what the optimal approach is. And I like it that way, because one of the things that really frustrates me is when I'm not able to learn the mechanics of a game for myself, and instead I just hear someone say, it's like, oh, well, you need to build X in this region. And I'm like, yeah, but why? Like, you know, presumably if the developers wanted me to always build, you know, object X in this region at all times, they either would have given me the materials to start with, or they would have written it in the tutorial. And, you know, sometimes games are just built in a way that there's a really strong approach. Like, you know, and it just turns out that that's a good thing to do. You need to build 5 potato fields, yeah. But in general, I like being able to understand principles so that I can kind of kick against some of the received wisdom from, you know, Reddit or, you know, forums or something like that. It's not to knock people who like playing games that way. It's just, for me, you know, getting a game like Terra Invicta, which will go right down to modeling climate change, and letting somebody else play it for me through their walkthrough feels like a tremendous missed opportunity. Like, I want to be able to experience this. Finally, the last mission that I want to talk about is investigate alien activity. So target a site of suspected alien activity to learn more about the aliens' methods and motives. And that will cost 5 ops. I have noticed in general that out of all of the resources, I run short on ops the most. So that's something I'm going to keep in mind for myself. The other thing that I want to kind of draw your attention to is that I'll click on Naveen. So Naveen's perception is 4. Now Naveen does have the ability to control a nation, but notice that they don't have the...
Where do you need me?
They don't have the investigate alien activity, so my more persuasive counselor is going to be tied up investigating alien activity, and maybe I want to consider...
Ready for my mission.
Maybe I want to consider an
orders.
alternative, right? So I'm just going to... I know I can look at this in the game, but I'm going to just take a second here and make some notes. Command's not that impressive, but... So what I'm just doing here is I'm making some notes for myself about what counselors I have already and what they're particularly good at. So for instance, Naveen can try to control a nation, but they're much less likely, well, maybe not much less likely, they're less likely to succeed than Sydney just based on their skills. And so I may want to prioritize prioritize something else. So one that I do sort of notice is Crackdown. So temporarily disable the benefits of a control point, removing any defenses and making it easier to purge another faction. So this uses investigation, and in this case, Naveen's investigation is quite high. In fact, I would note that number one, Sydney simply can't do this, but number two, that I believe the investigation stat isn't that good for her. Yeah. So in this case, you can sort of see that Sydney is going to be more constructive, and Naveen potentially is going to be a more destructive force. So, I'll actually note that the tutorial does mention that you generally want to do a crackdown before a purge. I don't know if that's always true, and I'll talk a little bit about why I think things may work a little differently in certain circumstances, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. There's definitely other things for me to consider. But yeah, Purge, I'm noticing that the espionage ability isn't spectacular, so I'm going to mark him for a half there. Coup d'etat, overthrow a government and reset its control point. So that's distinct. So Purge is a flip of ownership towards you, whereas I believe coup d'etat is a reset. So I believe it's the case that like nobody gets those tiles, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I've successfully done a coup though. So, and again, I'm noticing here that it's a command ability, which is not Naveen's strong point. So defend, that's something we already have. Now this is one that I actually think is a really nice default to have. So public campaign, increase public support in a nation for our cause. It's persuasion, you can also spend money. Now, the only complaint that I have is that Naveen's persuasion isn't as high. But at the very least, I've got somebody who can, who can build that foundation. I've got set national policy, so that's the same as Sydney's. Advise, same, go to ground, contact. Yeah, so actually there's quite a bit of overlap in terms of abilities between these two characters. So why did I spend the time talking about all of these missions? It's because I've got 50 influence right now, and for me, I actually think it's not a bad idea to consider adding another counselor if you have an attractive option. So each of your counselors is shown on the card here, along with their attributes, incomes, location, and any mission that they are participating in. Up to 2 enemy counselors spying for you will be shown in the bottom right 2 cards. Click on the portrait of a counselor to open a detailed panel that also lets you spend experience to improve your counselor and acquire and manage the counselor's organizations. Click here to center your camera on the counselor's location in the game. Counselors are vital to progressing in Terra Invicta. Recruit new counselors to make sure your council is full. So we're going to hit recruit right away. So one of the things I want to be looking at will be any of the 30 costs. So it looks like there's 2 that we don't have. So there's David Brown, the Evangelist, and Tom Amido, who is, both of them are cost 60. Now I seem to remember the Evangelist was actually kind of good for us last time. So they had Control Nation, Crackdown, Public Campaign, Set National Policy, so increasing and decreasing unrest. And actually they have a very high persuasion, so this would be a reasonably attractive option. But let's take a look and see if we have some options. So for instance, one thing I notice here is we've got Brian Sanders, who's a journalist, very high persuasion and pretty good investigation. One thing I should maybe mention is why is it that these people cost 30 and some of them cost 60? I believe the idea here is that some kind of archetypes are more sympathetic to your cause than others. So in this case here, sort of journalists and spies are kind of see common cause with the resistance. Whereas some of these others may not necessarily. I'm going to assume some of the like tycoon ones are probably more in line with. Oh god, it's the orange icon. I'll find it in a minute, but yeah. So number one, what are the things that you'll want to take a look at in terms of counselors? So I kind of said that I want early on the option to do a lot of different activities, but I also talked about how there has to be a proper composition in terms of missions to go on. And then, of course, you also want to make sure that you've got stats in line with things that you want to accomplish. So one thing I might note is that, we've talked about how we sort of have the ability for a purge and a coup, but we're not really good at doing that sort of thing. So maybe we would want to consider an alternative. Now, one thing that makes Brian Sanders kind of attractive here is that public campaign uses persuasion, and then but then there's the increase. Is it? Yeah, both of these are command. So his command is non-existent. So this would actually be maybe it's worth interesting. Yeah. So there's a couple things that do make him kind of interesting. But in reality, I'd probably just be using this person for crackdown and public campaigns, which are two things that I can do already. So even though they've got really good stats, I'm not necessarily sure they're giving me in practice a whole lot. So I can do the increased unrest and stabilized nation, but they both are abilities that they're both missions that would give him, or that would use his worst skill. Now, by hiring this person, I would also get influence, 9.7. They're famous, so I believe that's the reason. Yeah, and then -4 to espionage when being detected by other counselors. But yeah, so in this case, this is like, I would really almost be hiring this person for the extra influence that they can give me. But I think we can do better. So let's maybe take a look at people with a high command. And really, there's only one option here, which would be Azet Azarova. So anybody? Well, I guess it says Uzbekistan here. I was going to say, does anybody want to guess what flag that is? Okay, so we can get a control nation for persuasion, so maybe not the most exciting. An okay investigation, so we've got a crackdown. So definitely... Okay, actually, sorry, the purge isn't quite where it needs to be. One thing that does make this character attractive is investigate alien activity, and they also have an ops income, so that might be a reason alone to bring this character on. They also have some decent traits here, so +1 to investigation when detecting other counselors, connected, able to use back channels to exert a measure of influence, so this gives us extra influence. National hero, well known and influential in his or her home nation, +3 persuasion in home nation, but -1 security when in home nation. Hard target, will strike back if attacked. Enemy critical failures on detain or assassinate missions against this counselor will result in a human attacker's death if the attacker is not protected. +1 to espionage when being detected by other counselors, and +2 to security. And finally, crew has a small team of loyal followers who serve as bodyguards and can conduct operations. So the fact that there's the ability to control nation in addition to doing things like the crackdown mission. The only thing I don't like is the espionage with purge, but I think I can, in terms of the income that I'm getting, I think I might be able to live with that. Let's just take a look and see if we've got a good espionage character. All right. Alberto Cusina. Is that? Sorry, Cuenca. Maybe. Oh man, look at that investigation and espionage. So not only do they have really strong abilities, we get control nation, crackdown, and purge. They're good at all of these things. And they can still do a public campaign. The only thing they can't do is stabilize. Okay. Mind you, their command isn't that high. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hire this spy, and then I'm going to try hiring the inspector afterwards. I don't know how often the pool resets. But the thing that's big here is that I get the investigate alien activity. So I've got 2 counselors now who are capable of doing that mission. Okay, so let's get our assignments out of the way. One thing, so first of all, I want to think about who am I sending to investigate the ship? Well, probably I want the one with the lower persuasion. So we've got 6 and 6.
Standing by for orders.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
Orders. Reporting in.
I guess it doesn't really matter which one, but I think I'm going to send the spy off to investigate the alien activity. So that's back in Kazan. We'll hit the button.
Investigating aliens.
So that cost me 5 ops right away. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm going to assume that Sydney Siebert is going to be a bit more focused on the persuasion mission. So now, and I've been trying to avoid this for a while, we actually need to think about the target for our expansion. Now, I'm going to talk about something that seems to be a reasonably popular approach kind of among the Terra Invicta community now, and that is to take over the European Union. So actually, maybe I'll just do a quick overview. I can't remember if there's anything interesting for what I'm about to say in these views, so I'll just scroll through this really quickly. So I've got nations, population, GDP, control points, military tech level, boost income, unrest, faction popularity, faction control, terrain. Yeah, no, I think nations is what I want. Actually, you know what the best thing for me to do? I'm actually just going to take the nations view. Nation sorting. This screen shows data on all of the nations of Earth. Click on any value field to sort the list by that value. Click a nation's flag to expand the view to show each of the control points in that nation. If you have control over a nation, you can select an active priority template here. You cannot modify priorities for any nation you do not control. Click here to design your own custom priority template. So yeah, I misunderstood the priority template. This is about the allocation of resources. So here's one way we might want to sort, here's one way I might want to sort where are we most popular? So in this case, we're most popular in Chile, also in the Northern Balkan states. Incidentally, I do like the fact that they don't just mention the names of the other factions, but they mention what they're about. So I'll just go over this. So we're the resistance. We want to resist them. The other factions are the servants. They want just total surrender. They see the aliens as sort of saviors. The protectorate wants to appease the aliens. They think there's no hope in being able to fight them, and so they want to essentially negotiate favorable terms for Earth. The Academy believes that we are capable of engaging the aliens as equals, and so they are on the side of cooperation. I'd originally thought that they were sort of the fifth column, but that's actually that is the servants. The Academy basically says that we can become equals, and that it does not have to be a hostile encounter. We've got various exploitable beliefs. So the initiative basically are, hey, aliens have showed up. How are we going to make some money is kind of how I read that. Escape the aliens. So Project Exodus basically says we don't have a hope and we need to build some rocket ships to get the hell out of here. Resist the aliens. That's us. And finally, there's destroying the aliens. Matt SV, thank you very much for the follow. Humanity first. And I will confess, I'm not 100%. I suppose the distinction would be that resisting the aliens, it would be theoretically possible if we were to somehow amass some unstoppable earthbound defense force, and we could kind of get the aliens to a stalemate. That might be acceptable to the resistance. Whereas Humanity First just doesn't want the aliens to exist, I think. I may be reading that wrong, but that may be the distinction. This chart shows public opinion in this nation toward the aliens. Support for a particular ideology grants an influence income to the corresponding faction, and the faction receives bonuses when attempting to gain and maintain control of the nation. The public campaign counselor mission will shift opinion to your favor. Committing atrocities will shift it away from your faction. So one thing that's helpful here is that even if you don't own the control point, you do still get like resources. So essentially, if you can almost think of it as an election, right? So if you live where I am, we'd use first past the post. So like the idea is that if your candidate doesn't win, you can kind of feel like your vote was wasted, right? I don't actually think your vote's wasted, but that's another conversation for a separate stream. Whereas the idea here is that the way influence works in this game is that you may not have the control points. You may not be able to control things, but my understanding is that you will still be gaining influence if your faction is popular. If, on the other hand, you are allowing, your popularity to decline, then you are in trouble. Then you're going to have it. You're going to have some difficulty in terms of getting people to do the things that you want. So one thing that we might want to do is we can say, it's like, okay, so where are some natural places for us to expand? It's going to be probably easier for us to establish control in Chile, the Northern Balkan states, and Belize. And of course, we could go to the bottom of the list, or we could reverse sort. We're probably not going to have a whole lot of luck going into North Korea. But apparently, they're all about humanity first. So, whereas Laos is apparently a haven for the servants. One thing you'll notice, the academy is very popular at the beginning. You'll just see that they're all over the place in terms of popularity. But it does seem that the game is built to actually have the popularity of the decline. The academy sort of decline over time. But anyways, one thing that you'll notice is that when you look for some of these regions, you'll see that you've got the name of the country or the region. So like the Netherlands aren't in here. It's the Benelux. So I think it's Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. Did I miss anything? Benelux. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just 3. This is being a member of a federation. So the Northern Balkan states is a member of the European Union Federation. Federations are groupings of closely aligned nations that are pledged to provide mutual defense and share space program funding and boost. They are led by the member nation with the most significant international ambitions. To join a federation, a nation must have claims on the territory by at least one of the federation's member nations, be allied with one of the members, and not be a rival or at war with any of the members. Nations may apply to join a federation by using the set policy mission. The lead nation will approve or disapprove the request. The lead nation may also invite qualifying nations to join. This federation's members are France, Spain, Germany, Italy, Benelux, Ireland, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Poland, the Alpine states, Romania, Sweden, Greece, Portugal, Hungary, Finland, the Northern Balkan states, the Baltic states, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. What about the United Kingdom? We're not talking about the United Kingdom. Very sad Lebanon wasn't there. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It's nice. Like, I've always really liked it in strategy games when I can see my own country. So, like, obviously I'm happy that Canada is not part of the United States, like some games do. In Twilight Struggle, they make it... in Twilight Struggle, actually, I believe Canada's like part of the UK. Which I suppose is kind of true, and it's, if you go back historically, it's maybe not completely out there. But as far as other federations are concerned, there's the Eurasian Union. So Armenia is a member of the Eurasian Union Federation. And in this case, this federation would be Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Armenia, and I can never do this, Kyrgyzstan? Is that Quebecois noises? So why am I spending so much time talking about federations? One thing that's maybe not obvious, I was just trying to think. I was wondering if there was like a federation for North America, like, just trying to think of like NORAD or NAFTA or something like that, but that's not present. The strategy I was talking about is basically, we were talking about the control points. And one thing that you can do with the EU, because it's an existing federation, once you control the leading nation, which in the case of the EU is France, when you have sort of control of a leading nation and a member state, you can actually combine them so that it ceases to be sort of France and Germany or France and Benelux, for instance, but it actually winds up being one country called European Union. And what happens is that your overall, like, you kind of retain the resources of this super country, but the overall control is going down. And so what's happened now is a bunch of people are, kind of starting off in regions that are attractive. I think we had the Northern Balkan states for us was one where we had a bit of a presence. So we could maybe start with the Northern Balkan states, slowly start taking over the EU, and we wind up making sort of this super state to kind of push ourselves forward and give ourselves an advantage and the option to sort of expand. It looks like there are unlockable federations in tech. Yes, I was going to mention that. So yeah, unlockable independent nations, I believe you can declare independence through set policy. But yeah, the tech tree does unlock the ability to create. I don't know if it's just outright create federations or if it's the those basically it's the sort of the geopolitical boundaries being redrawn in response to the alien invasion. I haven't quite seen them, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Erasmus. It is something that can change over the course of playing the game. In the nation panel, you can review important information about individual nations on Earth and direct portions of its economy that you control. If a nation belongs to a federation, it will display here. Federations are nations in a permanent alliance and share research and boost between them. Control points represent nodes of political and economic power in that nation. Nations with larger economies may have up to 6 control points. One of the main goals of your council is to gain control points in nations useful to your cause. Faction ownership of a control point is represented by their logo. Simple colored circles mean no faction has taken that control point. The rightmost control point in the nation is the executive control point, which grants control over the nation's foreign relations via the set policy counselor mission. Some counselor missions target control points directly. You may click on them on the map or here to select them as targets during the mission phase. Hover over control point to learn more. So we'll take the Balkan states as an example. In this case, there's 2. There's the legislature and the executive. We'll take a look at the United States as an example to see a large one. The Neo-Warsaw Pact and the Caliphate. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely did not go that far into the tech tree because there was just a lot in there, and I was like, I don't have time for this. I'm gonna sort. I'll figure this out later. Where were we? Yep. Okay. This section shows details about the nation's government, unrest, and GDP. Hover over a value to get to view more details. So flawed democracy, subversion, and GDP. So this is unrest, and this is, well, GDP, economy. This section displays the military tech level, available strategic nuclear attacks, and naval strength of that nation. Hover over a value to learn more. This section displays the nation's economic details and the distribution of incomes to control point owners. Hover over any value to learn more. And this section displays the nation's population, demographics, and public opinion of factions. Hover over any value to learn more. Finally, priorities. Click on any of the tabs here to view additional important information about the nation. When you have a control point in a nation, you can use the priority tab to control the economic focus of the nation. The Prince Edward hegemony. The button. If you have executive control of a nation, you may not launch nuclear strikes against its enemies with a button that appears here. These do horrific damage to regions and infrastructure. Obviously, the Northern Balkan states, so far as I can tell, are not a nuclear power, and so this is an empty button here. So let's take an example of the United States. So, Balkan states, I think probably legislature and executive is something that's pretty intuitive to an audience that's looking for like a grand strategy game, something a little more politically focused. That's not necessarily the only control point that you're interested in. So United States, obviously a very large, powerful nation. What would the control points be here? So in this case, the financial sector, identity blocks, corporations, mass media, legislature, and the executive. So, in this particular case here, a third would be kind of recognized, political entities. The rest of them, well, I guess identity blocks, maybe you could sort of say would be a third. So maybe we'll say half would be. Although interestingly enough, apparently the identity blocks have a command of the 1st Armored Division. Is that true? But yeah, in any case, you can sort of, I guess the one thing I wanted to move away from was the idea that the control points are just exclusively political entities. Again, it sort of depends on the size of the country. Again, it's not to suggest that there aren't corporations, in the Balkans. In fact, I don't know if Italy has they're large enough that they do. yeah, mass media, legislature, and the executive. So like Switzerland is not like one TV station and a government, right? They're just kind of they're well, I guess it's the Alpine states are more than just Switzerland, but yeah, hopefully you get the idea here that it's an abstraction, but you shouldn't just think of these as political entities. In fact, it can be hurtful to think of them as just political entities because it is control of the executive that is going to determine whether or not you can do that set policy mission. That was a really long way of saying that, but the reason why I wanted to take the time to talk about these details are that I'm going to need to care about certain resources as the game goes by. So right now, a lot of the discussion has been about kind of getting power on Earth. But that's not going to be the only place this war is waged. The aliens have come from space, and if we want to sort of take the fight to them, we are going to need to operate in space ourselves. In fact, to give you an idea of the complexity of this game, the level of technology that you'll be moving to is not building sort of these you won't be building your fleets on Earth. You're not going to be building a warship and launching it. What you're going to be doing is industrializing space and building your fleets that way. And that's going to mean sort of having mining operations on, the moon, on Mars, lots of different options there. So essentially what we want to be thinking about Earth as, it's going to be the places where we get the resources in order to be able to build the next phase, which is of course our space operations. So this is where that boost income that it was talking about becomes important. Each point of boost represents the capability to move 10 metric tons of material from Earth's surface to low Earth orbit via rocket launchers and other conveyances. Boost can also deliver items to more distant destinations at a significant penalty. It is primarily generated from nations with a space program, but can also come from orgs. So I remember somebody expressing some surprise. It's like, Kazakhstan has got 30 boost, and it's like, yes, because once upon a time there was this entity known as the Soviet Union, and I can never pronounce. Is it Baikonur? Anyways, like this is the kind of the foundation of spaceflight. I believe this is where the first manned spaceflight originated. So the full scope of the game would go into the 22nd century, do you think? Do we know how long a full game is in terms of timeline? I don't actually know that. I know the demo is only 7 years. I'd maybe be surprised if it lasts hundreds of years, but I genuinely don't know. I haven't actually kept on top of the Kickstarter emails just because I get so many of them. It'd be kind of nice to have some surprises. But yeah, so one of the things that we might want to consider would be, okay, maybe we don't want to try and go for, a large power. Maybe we'll actually be quite content with, with building a base in Kazakhstan for its rocket facilities. So with that in mind, though, I wanted to take a minute here and just talk about some of the different tensions that are going on. So one option would be, the potential for expansion in the European Union, just by the ability to sort of gobble up some nations and incorporate them into the superstate and then kind of move out to other areas. The other possibility might be that I want to focus on certain resources, and so let's take a look at some countries with some high boost. So obviously the States is going to be high up on that list. I would assume Russia and China as well. That's really interesting. So for some reason, so even though I sorted by boost, so Russia is at the top of the list, but for some reason, like obviously it's not even third, it's like fourth or fifth. So yeah, we got Russia, the United States, China, Japan, Kazakhstan, France, and India. Oh, no, we've also got a few others. So Iran, Israel, New Zealand, North Korea, South Korea. But in terms of like meaningful numbers that we would want to be looking at, we're probably looking at like France, Kazakhstan, Japan, China, United States, and Russia. Welcome back to Cree. So another thing that we might... there is also mission control points, but I tend to notice there's a bit of a correlation between like strength on boost and mission control. Not exclusively. Like if you take a look, you've got Russia, which, 0.73 and 3. But you can compare that to China with 1.2 and 2. So it's not a perfect mapping, but it gives you a basic. You think Russia is technically a faction leader, so they might get more than they look like they do. That's a good point, because they'd have Kazakhstan inside of it. I actually wonder, we should be able to see that in the nation screen, I think. Or we would if I looked at the right one. Shows the total production of national resources and share granted to the resistance through its control points. If the nation is part of a federation, it shows the shared funding and boost granted to the nation, which are substitutes for domestic values. So yeah, it looks like the amount from Kazakhstan is getting kicked up to Russia. That's a good point. That's almost certainly why that number looks the way that it does. Because if you sort by the boost again, once you factor that in, it puts it on top of the United States. Although I guess it doesn't explain why the United States is above Kazakhstan. I guess because it's taken from Kazakhstan and it's put into Russia. I don't know. I'll admit I'm not clear on it, but you did definitely made a good point, Erasmus, and that's probably why it is the way that it is. So one of the other factors I would want to keep in mind is research. And in fact, so to a certain extent, you're like, well, yeah, it's a strategy game. Research is always really strong, right? But there's actually another important detail in terms of research, which is really interesting the way that this game handles it. I'm going to avoid going into the research and development screen right now because it'll probably provoke another tutorial. But the way research works in this game is there are your private goals and there are kind of global projects. And essentially everybody contributes to the global projects and everybody kind of contributes to the global project, but there isn't a... and everybody gets it when it gets unlocked. So this does maybe raise a question in terms of saying, like, well, why would I voluntarily help out with something that I don't see a benefit from? And like, if I'm on a side where I don't want, like you could say, like maybe we're in a case where we don't want, we just don't want this tech to be researched soon at all. Like, I don't know if that's maybe what the servants want to do. But you might say it's like, so what's the benefit to contributing to research if you don't want to see if you don't want to see that outcome? And one of the big advantages is if you contribute the most to a project, what happens is you get to pick the next global research priority. So essentially, if you contribute a lot to research, then you're going to be dictating. You're going to wind up dictating the research agenda, and it's probably going to be another way in which you're able to sort of realize your goals. And if you sort of shirk, if you sort of free ride on global research, then you're hoping that the other factions kind of have research prior, or at least the most powerful research faction has goals that are aligned with yours. And of course, because the Academy is so strong and probably is going to be better at research than you, and they want to be friendly with the aliens, that's not a good assumption to run with. So like one of the things that I'm thinking of here is if I can get the United States, this is going to give me a really big research advantage, and I'm going to be able to translate that into dictating. So first of all, I'll be really strong on all of the different traits, but on top of that, I'm going to be in a good spot as far as sorry, I'm like in terms of the combination of like boost income, mission control, and science, like I'm probably going to be able to accomplish most of the things that I want through this one region. And now we get to the catch. So if you've ever played Twilight Struggle, the influence system is actually going to be quite familiar to you. So if you have a neighboring region, so actually the best thing for me to do would be just to take Sydney and get her to do control. So if I were to try this mission on the United States right now, notice my chance of success. Remarkably low. This panel contains a list of available missions for the selected counselor. The target of the selected mission is indicated here. You can also start missions by shift left clicking the potential target in the geoscape, and a list of possible missions for that target will appear. Certain missions allow you to spend additional resources for increased success chance. That slider will appear here. Positive effects that boost the success rate are listed here. Contested missions rely on a particular counselor attribute like persuasion or command. Penalties that reduce the success rate are listed here. The overall success chance of a mission is shown here, influenced by bonuses, penalties, and the resource slider. Important. Changing conditions in the world can cause the success chance to change after you assign the mission and confirm assignments. This is most common on missions targeting other factions' counselors. The latest success chance will be visible under your counselor in the geoscape. You can abort missions and refund your spending. When you are satisfied with your plans, click here to assign the mission. It will be carried out in the days and weeks following the mission phase. You can reassign counselors during the mission phase without penalty. And then confirm assignments. When you've assigned all counselors to missions, click the confirm assignments button and end the mission phase. You will be allowed to move time forward again, and you'll be updated when a mission resolves. So I just wanted to give you an idea. Like, it's all well and good for me to say, oh yeah, well, I want the United States. The United States currently does not want me. So one of the things that I may want to try is to get neighboring regions to the United States, because again, much like Twilight Struggle, if you've got favorable conditions in neighboring regions, your likelihood of success is considerably higher. The other thing that I might want to do is say, okay, well, maybe let's just focus on regions that are a little bit more friendly to me. So could we go to China? Well, still 0. There are a couple, like, we've got 78, so Laos would work reasonably well for us. We also have a good chance with Mongolia. In fact, one thing we might try would be Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Laos. That would potentially give us an in on Russia, as well as making a move on China. So, that would be a potential option for us. We do have the European strategy, like we talked about. So France is fairly low, but it's 7% is higher than 0. I find it a bit odd that the system essentially forces you to start with, so I suppose the biggest thing I would say is, we can take a look at the United States, and we can say, would you consider it reasonable that a faction that essentially has 4% of the public on its side would be able to gain a level of control over, an institution such as the financial sector, when a rival segment has 50%? I suppose it's a bit of a question. I can see where you're going with it, because again, if you think about Twilight Struggle, which is about 2 superpowers, and it's kind of like the domino theory of the game, that system kind of works. But yeah, I suppose the question is like, so if you think of it as like XCOM, where there's already this international effort that's underway, and it's the activation of something that was already brought in, then I think that makes some sense. But I actually kind of imagine this as being before the existence of XCOM. That essentially part of the opening stages of the game is actually convincing the world that you actually do need to take the alien threat seriously this way. So I suppose it kind of is a question in terms of where you expect a story like this to start. So for me, I see the opening phases of the game as being, we actually need to get to a point where, large powers like China, the United States, Russia, the European Union, where they, where they're going to take us seriously. And in these cases, right, say, well, okay, maybe I'm with you that far, but why is it that developing countries are ones that, you'd sort of, why would you get your foundations there? And I guess, honestly, the answer for me is the same answer as in Twilight Struggle. It's like they're much more malleable, right? They are politically unstable, or they are ones where you can, wield your influence a little bit more effectively. So, and again, it's an open question. But for me, I actually kind of think it makes a little more sense to me, just because the idea of sort of the aliens show up and it's the resistance that's able to go in and say, all right, America, it's time for the ultimate war. We're going to go after the aliens. That's something we're very accustomed to through science fiction, but that's not the only science fiction story that gets told. In fact, I was going to mention this a little bit later, but I actually definitely see this as sort of following in sort of the mode of kind of the day the Earth stood still, and some other stories which are, humanity's reaction. And again, it's not that there isn't this menace and that there isn't sort of the unification of humanity, but this game allows you to sort of go down a few different branching paths, some of which are resistance, others which are just the utter failure of humanity to get its act together, even in the face of an existential threat. The aliens have oil. But yeah, so I think what I want to do, this is going to be an interesting, kind of an interesting little challenge. So I think I'm going to try and target the United States, and I'm going to go about it in a really roundabout way. So I do want to start, I do actually want to have some dominoes fall. So we're going to target Belize. That's a very high probability of success. And I know that, the United States obviously has this historical love of Cuba. That Cuban influence has always been welcomed in that nation, and that I can see absolutely no negative consequences to bringing, basing my operations there and trying to exert influence in the United States. Essentially, what I'm doing here is I'm doing the domino theory, and again, I think this is an inheritance from Twilight Struggle, where essentially what I want to do is I want to build a presence. My ultimate goal is going to be Mexico. And then we will start working on Canada, but again, after we've built up some resources. But yeah, basically we're gonna start the little dominoes in Central America, and then our ultimate goal is going to be to develop in the United States. And again, if I was doing it on the other side of the globe, I would work on probably Laos for starters. I might work on Kazakhstan just so I have sort of a plan B. And of course, it's also worth mentioning, I think India might be something we'd have. Oh no, India 1%, never mind. But of course, we could work in the Himalayan states to work on that. But at this point, it's just, I know you've all been really patient with me. It's been an hour before I've actually taken the first turn. But this is one of the, I actually find this very helpful for myself to be able to give a clear articulation of what I think is going to happen and why. So in this case, I'm sending my less persuasive target, Hissing Walnuts. Thank you very much for the follow. We're going to target Belize with Naveen, and then Sydney Siebert is going to work on Cuba. 70%. I can spend some influence to raise the probability, but I'm saving that influence so that I can get another counselor. I want to see if I can bring that investigator in. So here we're going to hit the confirmation. Objective complete. We have completed the Assign Counselors missions objective. You'll be able to assign your counselors to new missions at the beginning of each mission phase, which occurs weekly and will slow down to twice per month as the game progresses. New objective, select a project. Research in Terra Invicta is divided into two categories, public research and faction engineering. All factions may contribute up to 3 simultaneous public research projects, which represent a global move forward in the understanding of broad scientific principles. The faction that contributes the most to a particular public research project selects the next public project for the world to pursue. Faction engineering projects are conducted privately and typically confer a concrete benefit. Each faction distributes its research income among the public and private projects, while putting all research into a single area may see it completed sooner. This will forego and many faction bonuses tied to particular areas of research. Let me just read that again. How often do you fail... Oh, sorry, I don't know. Cubans have experience in surviving assassinations. Maybe a full Shadow War game that will be useful. Good point. And Rawmonger says, how often do you fail odds of 90% plus, given that the devs worked on XCOM? It actually is pretty transparent in terms of showing you what your role was. So I'll show you how it works, Rawmonger. But I've not run into too many, like, oh, I can't believe this game, probably. Like, there have been a couple of times where I was like, really? But nothing too catastrophic. Let me just read that again because I want to double check. Each faction distributes its research income among the public and private projects. While putting all research into a single area may see it completed sooner, this will forego many faction bonuses tied to particular areas of research. Cool. I might want to look into those faction bonuses later, but we'll hit continue. Okay, global research screen. The alien arrival has caused a flurry of new ideas from the scientific community. The research screen shows progress on collective global research efforts as well as the private projects your faction is pursuing. The top row of 3 pie charts describe the ongoing investigations into broad scientific principles, the benefits of which will be shared among humanity. All factions may elect to contribute some or all of its research income to each. The faction who contributes the most to a specific effort may choose the next one. Council engineering projects. The second row of pie charts represent your faction's projects. Unlike global research, these are internal to your faction, but they consume your research income as well. Projects provide tangible benefits such as resources or new ship or HAB modules. Project availability is primarily determined by what global research has been completed. The more you contribute to global research, the more likely you'll have quick access to the projects they trigger. You must acquire project-providing orgs and HAB modules to be able to run multiple projects simultaneously. Research priority cycler. I actually really like this system. It saves me from fiddling around with, like, so the thing is like, it's almost like if you're doing a survey and they ask to give you, like, on a scale of like 1 to 100, how satisfied were you? And like, you can have a vivid recollection of the experience that you had. But if you're asked that question on 1 to 100, you may give 2 different answers on 2 different days. Because like 1 to 100, like, how do I quantify a 76 as opposed to a 74? So the way that this works here is that you can say basically no, low, medium, high priority, and it's going to divide the 100 among. So if I put high priority to all 4, it's going to be 25% to all of these. Whereas if I put like high and medium to some of them, it's going to basically figure out the balance. I think that's actually a fairly good way of solving what can sometimes be a frustrating game of like move the slider. So this is the priority cycler. Left or right click to increase or decrease the filled squares. Your research income is spent proportionally between all projects based on the number of filled squares on each project. This shows the research income spent on the project and how close it is to completion. So it said basically pick a project. I do like the idea of audience research. This is going to give us influence, which is something that we wanted anyway. Because we wanted to get that investigator. So we have completed the select a project objective. Contributing to global tech research will increase your chances of unlocking private faction projects to research. Certain HAB modules and orgs will allow you to pursue multiple private projects at once. Okay, so the tutorial's telling me to gain a control point in a nation right now. So just as a reminder, you don't necessarily have to do this all in the order that it gives you. But I kind of figure a decent default is just to do what's on the screen, and we'll move accordingly. I think in this case I'm going to crank up the speed. This is one of the rare times I actually put the game to a higher, or this is one of the rare games where I actually speed things up. It is kind of neat. So you can sort of see almost like a hybrid turn. So like it is a pausable real-time strategy game. But the fact that there are phases to assign your counselors, I actually think is a nice system. Because I generally feel bad when I pause like a Paradox game. I don't really play them as much. But, you know, having it sort of structurally part of the game makes me feel a bit better about like stopping and smelling the roses and just kind of like figuring out what my next move is going to be. So Operations Section reports 1 humanity, the growing realization that we are not the sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hopes that we can overcome our capacity for strife to address the alien arrival as one people. Let us try to set aside our differences and go forward together. Event unlocked, Wave of Fear, triggers the following effects. All nations gain 1 cohesion. Actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to slow it down just a little bit. Let's actually take a second here. So right now we're trying to get Belize. This is why the real big brains play 4X multiplayer by mail. So there's a lot in this game. So here are all of the different things that are tracked. So we're going to start from the top. There's a flag. There's the title, obviously. I actually don't know what that button means. Okay. I am very curious about the fact that it needs to specify that Belize is on Earth. I wonder if this means that there will be proper colonization of worlds. Belize City, capital region. This region is the capital of Belize. Missions targeting the nation as a whole or its control points will take place here. Conquering the capital nation in wartime will trigger regime change and annexation of any claimed territories by its enemies. It is an ecologically vulnerable region. Vulnerable regions suffer twice as much economic harm from global environmental damage as normal regions. So there is climate change modeled in this game, which surprised me, but I think is a very cool touch. This game is crazy complicated before you even get to the alien invasion. Oh yes. I am going to select my management team, but I do just want to go into this window just so we can talk a little bit about. Jetpack says, everyone I see playing this game plays it like a map painter, which I think is missing the point. That's actually a really good point, Jetpack. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they're managing control points. Now, I mean, I'll confess, I have not... I've sort of like started and restarted a few times to try and get a handle on working on things like counselors. I definitely do find that I try to make blocks of nations. And the big thing that I really kind of want to try working towards is having enough sort of boost and basically enough kind of terrestrial resources to be able to build my operations off Earth. So, for instance, I am going to be targeting the United States because of its technological capabilities as well as just its good. It's access to boost income and such. But yeah, like I would definitely not see myself as someone who would want to achieve global domination. I mean, maybe one faction that would make sense. I think it was called the Initiative. Right, we don't have control points yet. But yeah, if you're obviously you can only play as the Resistance in this one. So the idea of like trying to build up the number of armies so that you can invade other nations is probably missing the point. You obviously build up armies to resist the alien invasion, but of course you also want to have a navy for that. Okay. Right, so we already talked about the control points. So, the only control point in Belize is the executive, so that's pretty easy for us here. Now, overview, full democracy. A nation's government score measures the amount of democracy in a country, which represents things like civil liberties, popular selection of leaders, press freedoms, and rule of law via an independent judiciary. This impacts many things, including national stability and cohesion, research production, corruption, economic growth, and the effectiveness of military in controlling unrest. Government increases by 0.005 per 2 investment points in the knowledge priority. It changes by negative 0.001 per 2 investment points in the unity priority. So what's kind of important here is that you can actually go one way or the other. And in fact, your faction can have influence in both, democratic and authoritarian countries. But, and of course, how you choose to do spending can actually ultimately shape the types of governments that your countries have. But flawed democracy, irrepressible. I don't know exactly where they got these measures from, but I would not be surprised if they use something like Freedom House for those. When you play it next, I think it will see if you can turn Australia into an economic superpower with the investment sliders and the advise action. That's a fun one. I was actually just thinking, so I don't know if you can I guess you can wind up building a space program in nations. I'm almost thinking, I also think too, when you're talking about the map painter, like I guess you probably wouldn't see a lot of Oceania. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense, because I think when I finished playing this on Sunday, I was talking about an oceanic strategy. So no, I think that would be viable. You'll take democracy with any adjective before it after 2024. Now, no soapbox. Yeah, it's a fair worry. Reminds you a bit of Superpower 2, Swaziland to take over the world. I have not heard of Superpower 2. Can you just give me a second so I can take a note? I do like, I often wind up, and welcome, Onthax. I've noticed there's a number of you here who are maybe not familiar to the channel, but probably here for Terra Invicta. So I appreciate a lot of you hanging out for the very slow approach. Again, I'm not going to learn this thing if I don't take the time to read the... Is made in your town. Where is that, Ramonger? But yeah, I do really like a good political sim, but I often wind up... Thank you for the follow, Jetpack. 123rd of his name. Or her name. But I often wind up really disappointed. Like, I think I tried Real Politics, which was very promising, but I think it falls into that trap where, like, authoritarian warmongering countries are inherently more interesting to play because you're able to, like, get stuff done. And, like, you know, like, it's fun to play. Like, generally, if you play, like, a grand strategy or a war game, like, you want to be doing things, and one of those things you can do in those games is, like, declare war and take things over, whereas, you know, democratic countries are usually modeled in a way that you have to, like, push it through a legislature and things like that. And I mean, it's a way to go, right? I'm not necessarily saying you can't make a game like that, but it does lend itself to a type of gameplay which I think has been done a lot. And I just think that there are more interesting ways of simulating political processes. So, for instance, you know, in terms of, I think Jason Matthews of Twilight Struggle Frame, I believe he worked both on Campaign Manager, which is about the McCain-Obama campaign, but also The Making of a President. So those are two games which are all about fighting elections. And of course, those take place in a democracy. You have to handle it. And of course, even before that, one of Red Storm's first games was a game called Politica, which was also a board game. And that one's also a different way about trying to win elections. So it's not that there is a shortage of games that have, like, interesting political dimensions that are not specifically tied to, you know, power projection. But of course, you know, it's fair to say that war games are popular on Steam or in gaming in general, and so it does tend to lead to a lot of I think Jetpack called them paint the map style games. Oh, Sherbrooke, interesting. New System Chalk was a tanky. And we've got, and thank you. Yeah, I mean, I may not be big, but I do know that the slow approach is my specialty, for better or worse. And Algren says, this keeps making you think of Watching the Skies, the tabletop mega game. Okay, so I've heard the name Watch the Skies. But thank you for reminding me of that title. I know nothing about it. If you want to give the elevator pitch, or the longer than elevator pitch. It's a long elevator ride. Let's say elevator in, like, the Burj Khalifa or something. Yeah, definitely let us know. I'm interested. Because I collect board games, but, like, unfortunately board games discriminate against the lonely. Like, unless they have a solitaire option, I'm probably not going to play it. Thanks. I'll check out that link after the stream. Oh, hang on. I think I remember. Yes. Hang on. This is like something that gets played in, like, a convention center with, like... Am I thinking the right one? Is, like, this is the thing that kind of, like, gets played in, like, convention centers or, like, over multiple rooms with lots of people having... Okay, yes, I do remember that. Okay, that's actually a much better analogy than Twilight Struggle for me. Although, again, I think the influence system is very much... Okay, that's really cool. I got to read up on this again because I remember reading that a long time ago, and it struck me as just fascinating. Um, yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay. Back to describing countries. So we talked about unrest. There were some missions to increase and decrease unrest, and apparently I can't mouse over anymore. Oh, there we go. I think I tabbed over into chat. This nation's unrest score has changed by plus 25, 0.25 in the last 30 days. Absent unusual circumstances, unrest in this nation will change by 0.25 per month until it reaches a rest value of 4.9. So essentially, if you ignore the country, it will tend upwards towards a level of unrest. You can redirect that. You can redirect your resources towards trying to bring more stability to your nation. The unrest score represents violent resistance to the political, economic, or cultural status quo in this nation. High unrest hampers the economy and may result in a coup or revolution, which will transfer or clear many of the nation's control points at once. Unrest is fed by low cohesion and low quality of life per capita GDP. Military spending and armies can reduce it, especially in non-democracies. So this is where I was saying that, it can be viable to have, it's not just make the number go up when it comes to democracy. I obviously want to have democracy go up. And in the previous session that I did, I put a lot of knowledge in to try and bring about, better living conditions, which seem to be very much aligned with democratic ideals along other axes. But it's not the only way to go. Where can you see cohesion? That's on this side here. So we'll cover that in a minute, but that's in the people side of things. Right now it's covered by the tooltip. Unrest changes by minus 0.013 per 3 investment points in the military priority. Enjoy your democracy in exile while we're the alien slaves. And GDP, currently $3 billion. The nation's GDP has changed by negative 0.0047 billion in the last 30 days. A nation's GDP, or gross domestic product, is a measure of its annual economic output in US dollars adjusted by purchasing power parity. I never would have thought I'd see PPP referred to in a video game. The nation's GDP determines how many control points a nation has, how many investment points it produces, and how difficult certain missions there are. I have a feeling that if I were to mention the pen tables to one of the developers of this, they would be able to rattle some of them off by memory. Okay, military. This is the military technology. So atomic age, a nation's military technology value represents the capability of the nation's armed forces. Each 1/10 of a point in miltech represents a 10% improvement in combat capability. Miltech increases by 0.00424 per 3 investment points in the miltech priority. The maximum miltech allowed for this nation is currently 5. It can increase when certain global technologies are developed. This probably doesn't require a lot of elaboration, but essentially a numerical representation of this is the fact that a knight from the Middle Ages is extremely dangerous in the middle of a in the middle of a mall, and I'm Canadian, so it's not a usual thing for people to be carrying weapons. But a knight with a sword is an incredibly dangerous thing. It's very lethal. But 100 knights after someone with a World War II machine gun, we don't really have a lot of doubts about how that's going to turn out. And of course, you can just sort of see as you kind of progress, the idea that any individual soldier is going to be considerably more lethal. That's effectively the reason why we have technological progress for military means. I like that you can nuke someone back to literally the Stone Age. I added the literally, incidentally. I know people get really upset when they hear the L word. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I guess was it the Einstein quote about knowing what the you need XCOM? Yeah. But yeah, it's a neat way of handling it, and again, just the idea that any future, you don't necessarily need to model what the weapons are going to be. You just kind of generally assume that the arc is going to be towards making each individual combatant capable of taking on more. So you could, I suppose, theoretically field an army of like one guy and lay waste to nations if the number gets sufficiently high. Strategic nuclear barrages, sorry, my pronunciation's all over the place. The number of strategic nuclear barrages that may be launched by that nation. Each barrage will devastate a single region and cause massive environmental damage globally. Nuclear strikes are directed by the faction in control of the executive control point using the Set Policy Counselor mission. So I suppose I'm interested in the servants. If they were to gain control of a nation with the bomb, like is it possible that they might just demolish Earth as a strategy? I'm not sure. I guess it depends on what their goals are. Navies. During wartime, a nation must have a higher naval score than its enemies to be able to transport troops across the ocean. It will be shown as blockaded if such movement is prohibited. A nation's naval score is calculated by the number of navies it has attached to armies multiplied by the nation's military technology score. Oh, interesting. Okay, development. So this one, I'll confess, I actually sometimes struggle to parse it out. So this is as much for my own education as it is for everything else. So this section shows the total production of national resources and the share granted to the resistance through its control points. If the nation is part of a federation, it shows the shared funding and boost granted to the nation, which are substitutes for domestic values. Okay, so right now, 1.4 of the monthly investment points are currently going to Belize. These represent the nation's economic surplus that can be distributed by factions with control points in the priorities tab. This value is set by the nation's GDP and reduced by the number of armies it fields and by high levels of unrest. The nation's GDP provides a base of 1.4 investment points per month. It currently has 1.36 available for distribution to various priorities. Unrest is decreasing this nation's investment points by 3, and of course we will expect that number to be going down over time unless we do something to improve unrest. No funding. This is money the nation is providing each month to be distributed to owners of its control points. I suspect that's because there currently isn't a control point controlled. Monthly research, 17.6. A nation's research production is a product of its education level, economy, cohesion, democracy, and unrest. The nation's monthly research score has changed by 0.93 in the last 30 days. Monthly boost, the nation's boost capacity in decatons per month. And mission control. This is how many mission control points are in the nation maintains. So again, we're working on Belize for its gateway to the United States, not because of more gateway to Mexico, but not because we thought it was going to be the foundation of a space program. Finally, people. So it does mention the population. It did mention that it measures GDP per capita, but I don't believe it is mentioned specifically on this screen. I think. Oh no, there it is. So population 0.4 million. The nation's population has changed by 475 in the last 30 days. Population growth is currently estimated at 1.13% annually. Developing education. The nation's education value is scored based on the average years of schooling the average years of schooling of a citizen in this nation. Nations with higher education scores produce more research and are more resistant to extreme propaganda, but gain less cohesion from the unity priority. Education increases by 0.005 per 2 investment points in the knowledge priority. We were talking about cohesion, so this is the value here. Cohesion competitive 4.9. The nation's cohesion score has changed by plus 95 in the last 30 days. Absent unusual circumstances, cohesion in this nation will change by negative 0.05 per month until it reaches a rest value of 2.2. The nation's cohesion represents the level of unity or conflict among the people of the nation. This includes cultural, ideological, ethnic, and religious similarities and differences. High values describe a unified society that brooks little deviation or dissent. Middle values represent a diverse society that has both internal conflict and a healthy, creative counterculture. Middle-low values represent a high degree of political polarization, and the lowest values mean the nation's people are fragmented or even tribal. High values keep unrest in check and will increase the nation's ability to resist occupation, while middle values provide bonuses to national research production, representing a robust, if messy, marketplace of ideas. Cohesion is lowered by high inequality. Is that anocracy? Anocracy, or semi-democracy, is a form of government that is loosely defined as part democracy and part dictatorship. Oh, I always heard the term minimalist democracy. Cool. By the way, I knew the word kakistocracy before the previous administration. Previous administration ruined that word for me because everybody was saying it. I learned something today. Cohesion is lowered by high inequality, anocracy, having lots of regions or a large population, destruction of armies, and a large difference between public opinion and the ideology of control point owners. Oh, that's really interesting. Cohesion is increased by wars, autocracy, and the unity priority. Democracy pulls it towards a middle value. Cohesion increases by 0.0653 per 2 investment points in the unity priority. It changes by 0.01 towards the value of 5 per 2 investment points in the knowledge priority. This is the public opinion wheel, so this is one where we should feel a little more comfortable with taking the control point because we are sort of in favor of, they are favorable to the resistance. This is GDP per capita. Nation's GDP per capita has changed by $19 in the last 30 days. A nation's per capita GDP is its gross domestic product divided by its population. It represents the economic conditions for the average citizen of this nation. Nations with a low per capita GDP will face higher unrest when the people's needs are not being met. Per capita GDP increases by $7 per 1 investment points in the economy priority. And finally, the last measure in the main page, inequality. So currently very high. The nation's inequality score has changed by negative 0.0000. Are we going to get to the point where like the floating point is going to matter? They did single or double in the last 30 days. A nation's inequality score is a measure of how wealth and income is distributed in the nation. High values mean the nation doesn't have much of middle class. Inequality grows by a little as a product of normal economic activity, the economy priority, or by a lot because of corruption, the spoils priority. This is one thing that's modeled that I think is really cool, but we'll talk about it when we gain control. Resource regions in a nation can contribute to inequality. High inequality reduces cohesion as the nation divides into haves and have-nots. It is countered by use of the welfare priority. Inequality changes by negative 0.005 per 1 investment point in the welfare priority. Okay, with all that in mind, let's select our management team. So these are going to be some levers that I want to pull or manipulate when it comes to priorities, but we're not able to do that until we control the country. So we'll settle where we're at for now. We may now recruit our faction's management team. As we stand up resistance operations, we are selecting our internal management team to help oversee our affairs. While we are gathering personnel from a variety of disciplines at your discretion, we will emphasize a particular specialty. So we could go for lobbyists and influencers. This will increase our monthly influence by 3. Scientists and engineers. Our faction's monthly research income increases by 15. Officers and operators, advisory team, we will increase our ops income by 3, or financiers and investors, and our monthly money increases by 10. Now, the thing that I have noticed that's the most difficult for me to obtain in the last few runs that I've had has actually been ops. Now, we are going to be hiring someone that will generate some ops for us, and one of the reasons I've struggled to generate ops is because I haven't been bringing in organizations for my counselors. But I don't think that's necessarily going to change on this run, given the fact that we're going to be investing a lot of influence in trying to take over the states. So in this case, I'm going to still do officers and operators here so that I can gain higher. Influence definitely does seem to be very strong. The main reason why I didn't do it here is we actually have a number of factors that are already going to be boosting influence, and I have a feeling that we're probably going to be getting more through other means. So this is more of kind of a long-term investment that I'm making to just try and make sure that I'm able to engage in operations. One of the reasons for this too is the last time I played it on Sunday, I was actually in a point where I couldn't investigate alien sites because I was out of operations points. Okay, so this has finished the Investigate Alien Activity mission. I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crashdown site in Russia. We will receive a small bonus to our xenology research going forward, and this frees up the counselor, although we don't have anything to do with them until the next mission sequence. So incidentally, there was that question about probabilities in XCOM. In this one, there are guaranteed outcomes. In the case of this investigation, that was always going to work, I believe. Yes, I do understand that influence can buy ops organizations, but if I'm going to be using that influence and trying to take over the United States, I'm not going to have 200 influence in order to buy those organizations. Again, I'm kind of dealing with my revealed preferences in terms of how I've played the game, and inevitably I found myself in situations where I have too few ops, but I have more influence than I necessarily need at the moment. All right, despite heavy security, we'll be able to obtain some surveillance records of the crash site, as well as a small quantity of debris. We should have a project ready for research shortly, and we've gained the following resources: 20 influence and 20 science. So I'm going to go take me there. Oh, new objective, research alien signatures. Our counselor was able to obtain some surveillance recordings from the alien crash site. Our researchers should analyze it as soon as possible. When it becomes available, complete the alien signatures project. So we will do that, but we got enough for that counselor we were looking at, so I wonder if we can still recruit our inspector. And we can. So this character is going to be giving us 3.1 influence. They have ops, they've got purge and crackdown, but they can still control nations. The only thing I'm a little worried about in terms of my composition is, so Sydney, I should probably just cycle through. Counselor's available missions. This panel shows you the list of missions that this counselor can perform during the mission phase. Try to maintain a balanced council to ensure that you can execute the necessary missions to achieve your goals. This panel displays the counselor's attributes. Hover over an attribute to see more details. Attribute scores can range from 0 to 25. This panel displays the resource that this counselor generates, can occasionally go negative. Traits are special characteristics and modifiers that affect the counselor's attributes, incomes, and other aspects. Many provide conditional bonuses to missions. Hover over a trait to view more details. When you gain enough XP, you can spend it here to increase your counselor's attributes or add or remove traits. Going on missions grants XP, with contested missions with a success chance, granting more when the success is rolled. Organizations, or orgs, this is what Jetpack was talking about, can be equipped on a counselor with sufficient administration ability. Orgs grant attribute bonuses, incomes, and new missions to their owner. This area shows any orgs that the counselor currently has equipped. Org Marketplace. This area shows any orgs that are currently available to be purchased for this counselor. Simply right-click or drag on an org in the above panel to purchase it for your counselor. Switching from the marketplace to this panel area shows any orgs that are being held by the faction but belong to no counselor. They provide no benefits but can still be snatched by your enemies. If counselors are killed or dismissed, their orgs go here. You can also drop and pick them up in this window to transfer them between counselors. There's a small fee when doing this. Customize your counselor. Click here to open up a new panel where you can customize your counselor's name, appearance, and voice. Dismiss counselor. If a counselor no longer suits your goals, you can dismiss them here to free up space in your council so you can replace them with another candidate. Okay, so right now we've got Sydney Siebert, who currently can control nations, defend interests, and so on. This is all well and good, but notice that they don't have sort of the ability to spread the word. Naveen can do a public campaign, and Alberto can do. Okay, so I guess we have an even division. So I was thinking about the public campaigns and whether or not I've got somebody with a decent amount of persuasion to be able to do it, and I guess I do. So that was one thing I was a little worried about in terms of that recruitment. Also take a quick look here at the Tau Fund. So in this case, oh, that just gives us a straight income of 3 influence a turn. Oh, that's actually going to be a really hard one because I don't have enough for everything. I think I'm still going to hire that extra counselor, though. The ability to take more actions is kind of nice. But yeah, so the one thing I was worried about was the fact that this particular character is not good, like can't go into a region and sort of bring it over to our side. But because they can do control nation, I can just free up the other people to do the persuasion. So we're going to stick to the plan. This will get me a little more ops income. This gets me influence and a fairly decent set of stats, particularly for command and investigation. So we will wait till we get to 36 to get that organization. Now, it's possible we'll lose the organization, but I did want that character, and the sooner I get the character, the sooner I can deploy them. Hello, Commander. Thank you for bringing me on board. New project available. We are now able to undertake the Alien Signatures project. So I think in this case, notice we've already put some effort towards the towards this objective. Now, it is also worth noting, if we wanted to be controlling the research agenda, it looks like if we had put everything into research, and we are not alone, or any of these techs really, we would have been able to carry the day. In fact, arguably, if we split our research between audience research and either Skywatch or Mission to Space, again, we'd be able to set the agenda there as well. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go for Alien Signatures. It's one that's done relatively quickly anyway. But in this case, I'm sort of abandoning the global research stage, and this is just because I know I'm going to make that up once we get a couple of nations that we're targeting. Enemy counselor detected. Operatives with the resistance have detected that someone in the Harare region of Zimbabwe is acting as a counselor for one of the other secret organizations that has formed to address the alien rival. We may send one of our counselors to investigate and learn more about this person. Future notifications like this will only appear in the notification queue on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, I will confess, this is helpful, but this gets really full, and I don't quite pay attention to it enough.
Our presence is growing.
We have completed the gain a control point in a nation objective. We have gained our first control point. This gives us access to some of the nation's resources, control over the nation's priorities, and possibly an army. Control points may be attacked by other factions via the crackdown and purge missions, so it may be wise to use the defend interests mission in the nation to discourage this behavior. Your notification queue is like your inbox. It's also like my inbox. New objective, build your council. Your faction council is the backbone of your political efforts on Earth, and growing your council will allow you to undertake more missions each month. Counselors have a variety of attributes, backgrounds, available missions, and traits. Building a council that can handle a variety of tasks will help you keep pace with other factions. So, and we've got Belize, so I'll take... Oop. New objective, assign a counselor to a purge mission. Controlling nations is vital to establishing a foothold and increasing your research and resources so that you can venture into the solar system. Sometimes an enemy faction may control CPs in a nation you seek to control. In order to gain control of CPs already in control of another faction, you must send your counselors on crackdown and purge missions. Crackdown will weaken the CP, follow up with purge to steal the CP for your faction. Use purge missions on enemy CPs to steal control away from them from an enemy faction. It is highly recommended to use crackdown first to disable any benefits and to increase the success chance. And new objective, assign a counselor to defend interest. Defend interest is a useful defensive tool to prevent enemy factions from successfully completing crackdown, purge, and coup missions. It is highly recommended to defend your most valuable nations. Its protections will expire and must be renewed periodically. Now, because I have other things that I want to use the influence for, I'm going to kind of sit on that goal, but we will still fulfill that objective. We'll just fulfill it a little bit later. Assign a counselor to a coup mission. Coups are used to reset CP in an enemy-controlled nation. Coups are more likely to succeed in nations with high unrest. Use the increased unrest mission prior to attempting a coup. And control nation mission a success. I have gained the control point for the resistance in Belize. We now have 1 of 1 control points there. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance. Now, you were asking about probabilities. Here is the detail. Counselor Naveen, oh my god, Muthu Karupan? Muthu Karupan. Mission control nation, target Belize, location, Belize City, Belize. Success chance 90%. It says what your roll was, so in this case 47%, and the outcome was a success. So it tells you like whether or not you got away with a 1 in a million. And this is the actual roll after all the modifiers. Sometimes the number it gives you at the start is going to be a little bit different just because there are other factors that weren't true when you made the original
significant
decision.
support.
Sorry, things that weren't true when you made the original choice. Control mission a success. I have gained a control point for the resistance in Cuba. We now have 1 of 2 control points there. Sidney Siebert, control nation, target Cuba. This was a 70% chance. We rolled a 58, so again, well below the target. Now, one thing that's nice here is we can do the repeat mission. I'm going to do continue, just because I may want to reassign people. But you can assign people sort of on permanent roles as well. UN Security Council meets. The UN Security Council has met to discuss the alien arrival. Unfortunately, the hoped-for show of international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the alien crash and preventing full access to the site. We have an opportunity to shape events to our advantage and even make our case directly to the nations of the world. However, with the eyes of the world on these meetings, our counselors' risk of exposure to our enemies is extremely high. And we are going to deliver our manifesto to the world. So we could remain in the shadows. Nothing happens. Quietly steer support for the resistance. So that'll give us a handful of influence. A small public opinion boost for us around the world. Information about our faction will be exposed to our enemies. Or we can deliver the manifesto, 50 influence, and we get a public opinion boost around the world, and a great deal of information about our faction is exposed to our enemies. So in this case, well, I mean, again, I guess it depends on how the AI reacts. So I haven't had the AI try to abduct my counselors, but I'm going to assume that would be the cost. But you're absolutely right. The way that it goes, as you say, influence is strong. The opinion boost is also a generator of influence. So you get the influence twice over, and of course, it allows you to sort of take actions easier, which I think particularly for the resistance, which is trying to overcome a very large opinion boost that the academy starts with, it does seem like a strong position to start from. But again, this is more of an in principle position. I would say the case where it's like my usual feeling is with a game, if there's an option where you say you always want to do X, I know I'm not that dumb. I will buy the organization. I just don't have the influence till I pick the option. But I would assume that the idea behind this is that there will either I haven't experienced or maybe the demo doesn't allow for it. But I'm assuming that a more aggressive AI opponent, or I don't know if there's a multiplayer plan for this, but essentially that the cost of having your counselors exposed can potentially be one that really disrupts your plans. In any case, we will deliver our manifesto to the world, and it's actually not even just for the number of influence, because we knew that we were going to be getting that anyway. We could also just get it through research, but it's the fact that we're getting that opinion boost that we really need moving into the regions that we want. So we'll deliver our manifesto, we'll pause, and we will... Actually, we've got 2. So we've got the Tau Fund, and we've got the Desir Foundation, which gives us... Wow! Actually, I think the Desir Foundation is even more attractive. So that gives us more monthly income. It also gives us higher persuasion and science. So generally, I like doubling down on my characters that are already strong in a trait. And Sidney Siebert has the advise ability. So one thing that's important about the science, you can mouse over advise, so provides expertise to a nation or a HAB. The counselor's science, command, and administration attributes will improve the target's research output, combat capabilities, and financial performance. Additional advising counselors provide diminishing benefits. So what would the alternative be? So one thing I want definitely is the extra persuasion, because that's going to be something that I'm working pretty hard on. So it's like, okay, well, what about Alberto? Because, of course, they're also going to be doing Control Nation, and they can do public campaign. The drawback here is that they don't do advise. And so ultimately, the extra science isn't necessarily going to translate as well. So in this case, we won't go for the Tau Fund, but that's just because the Desir Foundation gives us an opportunity for something a little bit better. So we'll purchase the org. Do you wish to acquire this org for 45 influence and assign it to Sidney Siebert? Yes. We've completed the Managing Orgs objective. Unpurchased orgs will sometimes be made available to other factions after a certain period. You may also develop orgs via faction projects and transfer orgs between counselors at a small cost. Now, obviously, I do want to work towards that 36 to get the Tau Fund again, but between the two, the Desir Foundation seems more preferable for me. New objection. New objective. Found a station. Space stations are humanity's foothold in outer space and critical to industrializing space and building a war fleet. Stations are composed of modules that grant bonuses to research and other resources and allow the construction of ships and additional modules. Save sufficient money and boost to afford a platform core module. Zoom out on Earth to a distance that nation boundaries are no longer visible, and click the planet. From the icons at the bottom of the screen, select the found platform icon, select an orbit around Earth in which the station will reside, and confirm by clicking the found platform button. It may take several months to be ready to accomplish this. So this is why we're approaching where we're trying to take a country like the United States. And again, you have other options. You can try the EU. You can try Russia. There are other countries which have got the capacity to launch rockets. Russia has an open control point with a good boost income. Okay, so they're recommending that there. I do wish you could get you could read the advice over again. But in this case here, where Russia is a little bit of a reach. Actually, it also looks like. It looks like the Academy's already working on it. And why wouldn't they, right? 79% support is massive. So we are probably going to be fighting with them for space. Again, we're doing oddly well in China. So I suppose that's my plan B. In any case, we do still want to focus on our main task, which is winning hearts and minds. So we've got a few extra bodies. So let's see what it's going to take to control certain nations. Actually, generally our chances are quite good. So we're going to start with Naveen, who's got the lower chances. So we'll assign him. Yeah, I'll send him to Honduras.
Acknowledged.
Azet, we're going to send to. Actually, her persuasion's even lower, so we're going to send her to Honduras. We're going to get Naveen down to
standing by.
Nicaragua. Now, this doesn't necessarily have the same. This isn't as important. It's just I'm looking for places that can get me some easy wins.
Bringing them on board.
So now, Sydney and Alberto are my two strongest counselors. So in this case, at least as far as control is concerned, is this the backstory of Starfield? Good question. I'm assuming not irrepressible, but I'll let you know if I find out otherwise. Okay, so let's roll the dice. We could go for El Salvador, but I think I'm gonna push on Guatemala. So again, we can spend the influence, but we want to use the influence for other things.
Bringing him on board.
And then finally, we will get we'll get Sydney back on Cuba.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Full control. Now, again, this isn't as directly related to getting the U.S. The part of this is work on Mexico. Another thing that I could try and do would be. I wish there was an easy way to see how much it'll cost you in influence. You mean like in terms of the total value of control points? Yeah, because I don't think it says when you hover over it, does it? Upkeep? Sorry, I don't see the upkeep thing you're referring to. Razgriz, thank you very much for the subscription. Sorry, Razgriz, 9,327th of your name. I will let the Ark of the Covenant finish its business before I... So, I'm not sure if you're talking about an upkeep menu, all control... Yeah, I know they cost an upkeep, but I don't actually know where the cost is listed. Like, the only way I've ever been able to find what the cost is if I mouse over like this, so I know I've got a value of 3. Now, I suppose I could say investment points, well, 1.4 and, like, 2.5, but even then, that should be closer to 4, not 3. Actually, you know what? I never looked at the codex. So, because I'm not the only one confused by this. Control points represent key nodes of political and economic power in a region. The number of control points is set by the size of the nation's economy. The faction that owns a control point has loyal followers in positions of authority. Control points grant their faction a portion of the nation's critical resources, control of the nation's armies, and the ability to direct the nation's economic priorities. Control points come in a variety of types. Their type depends on the national government and other conditions, and provides a related bonus for the faction controlling it. Most important is the executive control point, which grants the owner direction over the nation's foreign policy. Once a faction has accumulated a sufficient amount of control in multiple nations, additional control points cost influence per month to maintain. The cost increases with the more control points the faction owns, and the size of each nation the faction owns control points in. If the owning faction has no influence and a negative influence income, its control points are easy prey for crackdown and purge missions. Control points that have sustained a crackdown do not cost any influence to maintain. Okay, so it's nice that it says like what affects it, but I don't think there's a way we can get a direct measure of the weight of a given control point, which is a shame. Something I'll take a look at maybe on my own time. Okay, so we'll confirm the assignments again. Not all of this is necessarily related towards our move on the states. Having areas adjacent to Mexico is very helpful. I could have reassigned someone from trying to get a control point and instead sort of lay the groundwork for work on Mexico. But in this case here, it is actually kind of helpful for me to start directing policy right away. With that in mind, we do have priorities. This tab allows you to set priorities for each control point you of a nation have control over. Clicking on a series of dots cycles the weight of that attribute. The nation's investment points are distributed evenly between control points and then by the individual settings on each priority. Investment fills national buckets that trigger some effect, such as an increase in per capita GDP or the deployment of a new army. When you talk about the adjacency bonus, are you talking about the adjacency bonus towards your missions? If so, yes, and that's actually why we're going to be targeting Mexico. Or are you thinking about in terms of your influence costs, where having adjacent countries will lower your overall maintenance as opposed to having a very dispersed influence? In that case, I have no idea. There's no indication in the game that says that it is, but your guess would be as good as mine if your question was the latter. Okay, next. Oh, that's that. So one thing I do think is kind of cool about this game is that they do model waste. Both, I guess, wanting to understand why grouping countries to hit the states. Okay, yeah, so again, the analogy I like drawing is with Twilight Struggle. So like, if you've not played Twilight Struggle, it's a game based on the Cold War, and it's kind of domino theory the game. So regardless of whatever its historical value was, there is something very interesting about making a game in which both of the players believe in the domino theory, which I think would be fair to say is a reasonably accurate representation of the participants of that conflict. So in the case of that game, essentially the idea is that you can't just take an action. So it's not a perfect mapping. Like in Twilight Struggle, I don't think it's possible to just kind of take an action, in the middle of nowhere, like where you don't have any influence. But you can take actions in neighboring regions, and more importantly, you get bonuses the more sort of adjacent regions that are under your control. There are cases where you will have a very strong you'll have like a very strong presence. You'll hit a certain, there's like a stability rating for each region, and if your amount of influence in that region is equal to the stability, actually specifically you have extra influence above your opponent equal to the stability, then you kind of have a lock on that country, and your enemy can still perform operations on that country, but it is considerably more costly to do so. And so again, like I said, it's not a perfect mapping, but essentially the way that this game works is that if you want to, like, for instance, if I'm actually...
Your orders?
I think it'll tell me if I reassign. So in this case, this counselor gets a +8 on the overall goal. So persuasion 6, popular support 1.1. So this is just because of our public opinion, and control points and neighbors 0.9. So I believe that is Belize. So if I had waited for our character in the Honduras, and if perhaps I'd gone after El Salvador, we'd have an even easier time. But that's kind of how that works. The other thing that I can do to modify it is I can spend influence to make the numbers go up. But I think 74 is reasonable. Oh yeah, no worries on facts.
To our side.
One thing I've definitely learned from playing the demo is that it is not the most intuitive. And so I like taking the time, especially because this is a chance for me to... The one nice bonus about streaming this game is that when I give voice to certain decisions, even if I'm wrong, I at least had to say out loud what I thought the result would be. And then that just gives me a chance to reevaluate after the fact. So it's like, okay, well, that strategy didn't pan out, so what do I do next time? And right now, I'm saying gaining the resources from the economy is more important to me, and so as a result, I'm going to, I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to move my, my counselors towards acquiring more control points before we go after Mexico and then ultimately the United States. Canada is going to be part of the strategy too, but again, Canada similarly has a fairly low probability of success. So I want to build a foundation on which I'll make my move on North America, greater North America. Now the game starts me off with the resist priorities. These are actually not a bad set of priorities. I was saying this earlier that there's something really cool about the fact that waste is modeled inside the game. So right now, there are elites in the country. I'll read it out. So spoils represent the direct extraction of wealth from an economy accomplished by avoiding the true costs of obtaining it. This covers such behaviors as crime and corruption, regulatory capture and tax avoidance, economic rents, unmitigated pollution, and exploitation of labor. Completing the spoils priority grants 63.9 directly to the owner of each control point. Increases inequality by 0.0025, decreases democracy by negative 0.001, and significantly increases global greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. If this priority has a warning symbol, the nation's elites are receiving insufficient spoils to fulfill their desires. Elites in the nation require at least 32% of investment points directed to them, a value that will decrease with investments in education and democracy or very high national cohesion. When the elites are dissatisfied, coups d'etats are more likely to occur. So one of the things that's, this is maybe not a good strategy for me, but I tend to ignore spoils. And of course, I ignore them at my peril. So again, this is, I think, one of the interesting things when it comes back to themes of this game, which is the alien invasion being a catalyst for changes in human behavior. And those changes in human behavior can actually be the recognition or the dealing with certain problems or ignoring certain problems, right? So again, if you're modeling climate change in a game, it can be a great short-term benefit to just extract wealth from the country in the name of defending humanity from the alien invasion. But doing so is going to wreck the country, and it's also potentially going to wreck the planet if you generate enough greenhouse gases. Whereas you can adopt a long-term strategy, you can try and bring about reforms in the country, and that usually involves investing in knowledge and such. And as a consequence, you can, it's a longer run improvement. But it does have some bonuses in terms of kind of helping you secure your your position. But again, like, there is a reason why countries don't just like land in a foreign country and say, okay, congratulations, here's a brand new set of institutions, have fun, you guys. Like, that doesn't happen, right? We sometimes try to make it happen, but there's not a lot of success stories like that. And part of it can be that in this game there are entrenched interests that are going to want to make sure they have their piece of the pie. And if you ignore it, it means that outside forces can actually use them to twist it against your goals. Well, I did say successfully, irrepressible. Anyways, we'll confirm the assignments.
It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now.
All right, we have encountered... what do you think the length of this game is meant to be? The demo is 7 years. Do you think it's meant to be 100 plus years? That was actually coming up earlier in the chat, so I genuinely do not know the intended length. So there was a question as to whether or not it comes up into the 22nd century. It's possible. I mean, I wouldn't be... So I think somebody said that it's about 10 hours of gameplay. Obviously, at my pace, it's probably like 20 hours of gameplay. Like, the thing is, I guess, is this something that is intended to be played over hundreds of hours in a single session? Or is it something that's intended to be, you know, a 60-hour session and then you just kind of go into your next one? So I think if it's something like a 60-hour session, I'd say probably under 100 years. If it's intended to be a longer campaign, like an intergenerational campaign, then yeah, I could easily see it be 100 plus years. But honestly, it's pure speculation. Like, I can definitely see it going both ways. Although I suppose the idea of industrializing space does seem to be something that would take place, you know, something that's taking place in space. I could definitely see it going long. Like, I guess the question is, like, what's everyone's prior on how long it's going to take to industrialize space? Clearly, that's happening now, right? Not only do we have, you know, the privatization of spaceflight, but we have competing companies, right? You know, SpaceX is essentially relying on a big stream of cash flows from its satellite operations. You know, it felt like Blue Origin was focusing, you know, its attention a little bit in a different space, different space, so to speak. You know, obviously these companies are sort of relying on government's priorities, right? You know, missions to the International Space Station and such. But I'm sure there will be a point, and I know at least the stated intention of at least one of these companies is to move production off Earth and into into space. Now, it's all well and good to say you have that ambition. Delivering on it is a whole other question. There's a lot of conditions in the world which you may dislike, but I'd say this place is pretty... It's kind of hard to say that, you know, Earth is it's kind of hard to beat Earth in terms of being able to support a human population and get things done. So while not having gravity, or, you know, some of the conditions in space may be useful for a certain type of activity, you know, I'm not entirely sure I would want to trade it. Now, this may be a lack of imagination on my own part, but again, like, this is, to a certain extent, part of this story is actually playing out right now. You know, to a certain extent, I suppose it rests on the question, how good are we as a species, let alone as a nation? How capable are we at getting big things done? And I suspect to a certain extent that is kind of what the question that Terra Invicta is asking them. Again, I realize for a grand strategy game it's sometimes hard to talk about themes, but I do actually think that there are some very specific choices that are being made in terms of things that are modeled and things that are priorities. And I do think it is actually fair to say that they are at least conscious of the sort of science fiction tradition that they're behaving in. Like, I don't think it would be unfair to use this as a launching point in terms of discussions of other science fiction stories that have sort of dealt with you know, big ideas. I'm a fan of Neil Stephenson, but sadly I haven't read Seven Eves yet. But Seven Eves is very much a book that is intended to be sort of talking about... Actually, I also think his new one, what was it? Termination Shock, is sort of a question in terms of getting big things done. Anyways, Project Exodus. This organization has its foundations in a group of tech magnates who are already funding space exploration before the alien arrival. Now, with proof of interstellar travel in front of all humanity, they are focusing their efforts on leading an expedition beyond Earth's solar system. And of course, the quote that we heard before, "It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now." Project Exodus director Khalid Al-Ashkar. And Irrepressible says, I think a game like Civ has a kind of great man centrist bias, but most of the more interesting grand strategy games definitely have a POV, or at least are raising points and questions. I think Irrepressible, there is I don't disagree, but I've always looked at Civilization as being the social planner, for my econ courses. I don't necessarily think it has to be the great man bias. I just happen to think that Civilization's focus is very much on the highlight reel of human accomplishment, whereas other games that try to go for a certain level of complexity or simulation are starting to address, I guess basically the theme would be heavy is the head that wears the crown. And I think there's no better example than that, than Old World, right? Heavy is the head that wears the 10 crowns. Now you research a technology called markets. But, in that case, it is very much concerning itself with the fact that there are different factions and priorities. Civ is clearly about the great Aztec Zulu Wars. I mean, need I remind you that there was the Crusader Kings one. It's like the one that I refused to buy, Sunset Invasion or something like that. But yeah, no, it's fair. I think one of the things is, it's also, I've heard the criticism of Civilization where it's that game is all about colonialism and therefore bad. And I'm like, it's hard to argue against it. And I think the Civ team is conscious of it. They refer to people's reactions to that in the Civilopedia as the games go by. But I'm not necessarily sure that's necessarily the only way of looking at it. And so I think it's important to be conscious of these things. But I also think, especially nowadays, the principle of charity can be a very helpful tool. I remember when we did Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, and someone had said that they didn't like the mental health story because it essentially was reduced down to, I think we have enough for the organization? No, 36. They didn't like the mental health story because they felt that it was reduced down to, if you just find someone who loves you enough, then your issues are cured. And I guess the biggest thing that I could say would be, I can see why someone might walk away with that impression, but I'm not entirely sure that's the only, interpretation of the story. And to a certain
significant support.
To a certain extent, I think it's more satisfying to consider what I think is actually going on in that game and that particular relationship, which is Senua finding someone who understands her and appreciates her. But ultimately, her resolution. And I mean, obviously, trying to find that person again, having that person taken away from her. I do actually really feel that her journey is very much her own journey, and that she is ultimately responsible for wrestling with her demon. Obviously, in this game, manifested as actual demons. Again, I can't talk to someone and say, no, you really don't think that. You just went to too many English classes. But I don't know, especially when I'm making a criticism of a game, I prefer where I can to at least think of it. I at least try to take the charitable interpretation. I try to think, what were they trying to do here? And I generally don't think that most game developers are going out of their way to say, you know what, we really like the idea of a bunch of European nations kind of coming over and taking everyone's stuff. We should really go back to the good old days, and we just really want to make a video game about that. So you know, it doesn't mean that there isn't place for criticism, but where I can, I've tried to see if there may be something else that's going on that I've missed in those discussions. Rouge Light Girl, good to see you. Yeah, irrepressible. I did too. Like this, so this is like, again, I can't tell someone the contents of their head, but it's really clear I did not agree with that perspective. And I think the fact, like, I know there's a type of criticism now which says if you can level it, it is as good as it being present in the game. And all I can really say to that is I disagree. Like, I think there's another way of taking that. So. All right, I gained the control point for the resistance in Nicaragua. We now have 1 of 1 control points here. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance. 86% chance, we rolled a 70, so success.
Our presence is growing.
We've gained the control point for the resistance in Cuba. We now have 2 of 2 control points here. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance. We got a 61 against an 83. Now, one thing I should mention here is I am ignoring spoils. So
significant support.
I'm doing that at my own peril, and I'm also military. The military priority represents investments in internal security and military technology. It will lower unrest by negative 0.0741. I still think that that's a weird reading, right? Because if you're lowering it by a negative amount, that would be increasing it in my mind, but I think normal people read this the right way. And increase Miltech by 0.00653. The impact on unrest is higher in nations with low democracy. Miltech will go up faster in nations with no unrest. A warning symbol will accompany the priority if unrest is increasing in that nation or it is in a civil war. So the way we're going to deal with unrest is not by investing even more in the military. That's already a high priority. We're just going to send some missions there occasionally. The Canada, were you thinking the Canada expansion, or were you thinking specifically, was it Poundmaker that they added? Yeah, the Cree in which expansion was it? Oh, sorry, you're talking about your imaginary game. Sorry. So again, I could hit repeat mission, but I kind of like to see the probabilities of these things. So
we're taking over.
Okay, and we actually did well in Honduras as well. Or no, that was not the... No, we succeeded in all of them. So I've gained a control point here for the resistance in Honduras. We now have 1 of 1 control points here. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance. So again, I'm kind of letting the game automate this for me here. We're just going for resistant priorities. If I wanted to sort of bring about a bit more harmony or generally increase the economy, one thing I might try would be Asimovian priorities, which puts a lot into knowledge, but it does come at the cost of military. Oop. Naveen says our control point in Guatemala would be better protected from enemy purges with a defend interests mission. I agree, but we are still expanding, so. I cannot believe you actually bothered to crunch the numbers, Matt SV. I think I have a video of me doing that in Tharsis, and it was a considerably easier calculation. But thank you for sharing that with chat. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm playing the odds, but I'm glad it turned out, so. Okay, so I could go for the Caribbean states. If anything, to deny it from the servants. I suspect that would count as adjacent to United States of America. It would be kind of nice to know
reporting in
what counts as adjacent. So one way we could get a peek would be... Oh, interesting. Yeah, so Cuba does not count as adjacent. And Castanar, thank you very much for the follow. So it looks like we kind of need to skewer the states with a Canada-Mexico strategy. Okay, well, I'll worry about that later.
What's the up?
Ready.
So how would Naveen handle... Okay, yeah, so we're going to have an easier time in Guatemala, so we'll send him there.
At your service.
I'd kind of like to
Where do you
bring
need me?
my A game to Mexico. Yeah, I guess it has to be a land border. I mean, it makes sense, right? It is embargoed still, I believe. So I can see why you would not want to have an adjacency bonus for Cuba. Obviously, I was joking about the cultural exchange happening between these two great nations, but yeah, like I was gonna like if I see something like that, I'm like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, I think I'm gonna just try and solidify control in Central America. So we're gonna get Azit to take El Salvador. Again, I'm not really defending anything here.
Ready.
And I've got my two A team members. Any day now that 60-year-old embargo is gonna work. I suspect to a certain extent it's just the politics of removing it. It's a little bit like I always like to say about the patent system. It's like it's not that we would voluntarily take on the patent system as it currently exists, but because it does exist, we have to we take it and we work with it. I don't think basically nobody would choose the system that we have right now, but because we have that system, the onus is kind of on people to change it. So this is a good example of one of the of the strategy coming in place. So if it is physical, if it has to be sharing an actual physical border, then we're close to as high in terms. We're close to our cap in terms of the bonuses we're going to get for Mexico. One exception to this will be, I believe we will get a bonus if we get an additional point in Nicaragua, but we're already Guatemala. My God, I'm not that bad at geography. Guatemala. But again, I don't think we can expect too much more from that extra control point. You need those dotted lines from risk to know which count is adjacent. Well, there's the dots right here, right? So it's like, okay, so do you just spam this thing a million times? You can, but another option, another lever that you have is to employ your influence. We've been banking it for a reason. So one thing I could do here is drive up my influence. Now, in this case, we get a 66% chance to get a toehold in Mexico. And remember how much easier it became to claim territories. I'm not quite ready to do that, but it's worth keeping in mind. Actually, there might be... No, I'm still going to use my influence for another thing. But one thing I can do, this character does have the public campaign ability. So 53% chance of success in Mexico, 68% chance of success in Canada. So I may want to make a decision. Which of these two, do I value a little bit more? Actually, that was also one way I got the US. But I'm almost thinking that we want to try and... it's a monetary investment, so it's not that big of a deal. Like Mexico, I can definitely increase our chances. But 10% of my income to try and get a toehold in Mexico, we can do better. So I think we're going to start, spreading the good word in Canada. If I try and take Canada, by force, 70%, it's generally been okay for us in the past, but I'm not gonna run into the gambler's fallacy here. I guess the gambler's fallacy in this case would be us saying, well, we've had a good run, so it's we got to get a bunch of negative ones to balance out. But with that in mind, we are going to do persuasion. We're just going to do it kind of a naked persuasion. 68% is not that bad.
Making our case.
But the question here is now Sydney Siebert, which is kind of my best persuader. I could send her down sort of to Costa Rica, but there's no gain. I could try to control Mexico and just you only YOLO once and hope for that 20% roll. Alternatively, I could also try the Caribbean states again. That one would be a little bit more of a minor influence expenditure. I think in this case I'm actually going to just roll the dice on... I think I'm going to roll the dice on the Caribbean states. And then we will begin on Mexico in earnest, because we will have the rest of these sort of these Central American territories. Could also try and go for Venezuela, which I suspect would be rather wealthy. But yeah, I don't want to expand too far into South America because there are limits in terms of my control. So yeah, let's give it a shot in the Caribbean states.
Bringing them on board.
This one I'm not expecting to win, but we'll see.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
We have encountered the servants. This group has determined the aliens are of divine origin, has declared itself their heralds and defenders. Just as an aside, if Sydney Siebert had a like the propaganda mission, I'm just gonna call it the propaganda mission, I would have sent her to deal with the with Mexico. But I was gonna call them the Believers from Alpha Centauri, but that group sounds way more fun. Jesus, they're definitely gonna be the ones who I do the purge on. But we hit our magic numbers, so let's go to my counselors. This one, let's find somebody with a low admin. Actually, we've got pretty good. Okay, so it looks like we did lose the low cost org, which is fine. I will just take a quick look here. So I do like the ones you can buy that give you extra money. So like Crossing Rivers for Humanity would definitely be one I want to work on. And this is one of the reasons, so it may raise, like, you may be wondering about the question, like, why am I bothering with these smaller nations? It's because in addition to spoils, there is funding. So the funding priority directs national resources into legitimate government and private efforts to support space programs and other goals for the owner of its control points. While not as profitable as the spoils priority, it does no harm to the nation. Completing this priority permanently increases the nation's annual funding by 5, which becomes income for owners of control points in this nation. So in this case here, you do still, even if you're not like fully extracting from the country, you are generating resources for yourself. And so, you know, again, like admittedly, I'm working on small countries here, but this is a case where there can be some benefits in starting small and growing. Project complete. We have completed the Alien Signatures project. There is no doubt extraterrestrial life has touched down on Earth. The many questions we have regarding its origin, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of the landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we have developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances, most likely resulting from alien activity. Yeah, exactly. Objective complete. We have completed the Research Alien Signatures objective. Our studies of the crash site have determined that a motile sapient life form survived the crashdown and moved with purpose into the nearby wilderness. We have no footage of the creature nor any further sighting reports. Worryingly, however, we are receiving reports of strange occurrences in nearby communities, including disappearances of both animals and people. So far, we have no hard evidence that these events are related to the alien arrival, but should our aliens detect concrete evidence of abductions, we could investigate immediately. New objective, research alien origin. Our research division has been studying the fragments of debris our counselor recovered from the crash site. The volume of material is very small, but our researchers have nevertheless drawn some important conclusions. The debris is made of some kind of metallic alloy that is unusually hard and strong, with properties that do not fully match to anything that human engineering can reproduce. Several of our researchers suspect that some fraction of the substance may be extrasolar in origin. However, we have definitely established that the majority of the mass in the debris bears the unique signatures of our solar system's formation. In all likelihood, this ship was built somewhere within the orbit of our sun. If our analysis is correct, it suggests that the aliens have at least one base of operations within or very close to our solar system. Locating it would be a valuable intelligence windfall. Research the Skywatch and Deep System Skywatch global technologies, and then the Alien Origin project when it becomes available. So we'll continue. New objective, investigate alien abductions. Reports are continuing to surface of missing animals and people in the regions near the alien crash site. Use the surveil location mission in those regions will help us detect those events. When we confirm such a report, we should investigate it for any signs of alien activity. I will maybe do that next round, but first I need to pick a new mission. Or new research priority. New objective: salvage alien technology. The more we learn about the aliens, the more our science teams are coming to feel that we are not as behind technologically as we initially feared. The alien designs are far more advanced than ours, and their material silence is particularly impressive, but the alien equipment seems for the most part compatible with our own scientific understanding. If we can gain access to some working examples of alien technology, our research division believes that they should be able to reverse engineer them. I recommend that you select a small and vulnerable alien target that we can swiftly overwhelm, enabling us to loot the field and withdraw before the aliens can respond. You never get this to work. Which specific one are you thinking of? The salvage alien technology, or was there another? I'm assuming there's a bit of a delay on the stream, so I may be referring to a different. You may be referring to a different event. I'm gonna up the speed a little bit because I'm actually. This is normally the time I would be wrapping up.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
But I definitely don't want to. I definitely don't want to wrap it up here. All right, so we got a 71 on a 68. So in this case, spending the money would have been worth it. But I mean, honestly, I'll take the L. So surveil for abductions. Okay, yeah. So I have not. I don't know if the surveillance has ever turned anything up for me. I'll probably give it a try. So I don't know if it's a bug or I just don't, or it may just be that I'm not looking in the right places. We'll give it a shot, but I probably haven't played enough times to say that it's a bug for sure. Control Nation mission success. I have gained the control point for the resistance in Guatemala. We now have 2 of 2 control points here. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance.
Our presence is growing.
I've gained a control point for the resistance in El Salvador. We now have 1 of 1 control points here.
We still lack support.
Okay, and so one of the high priority ones failed. This one was the flyer, so I'm not as worried about it. Our counselor is spotted. Resistance counselor Sidney Siebert was detected by another faction in the Santo Domingo region of the Caribbean states. Detected counselors are targets for enemy investigation or attacks. This counselor may consider using the go-to-ground mission to shake any pursuit. Future notifications like this will only appear in the notification queue on the left-hand side of the screen. We will... Oh, should be. I never did pick it, did I? Audience research. So it's just because I started on it. We don't have any of the target missions right here, but eventually I'm going to switch over to commercial. Well, not switch over, but the next one I'll do is commercial research, just so I have the money and I can buy one of those organizations. Okay, so
Ready for my mission.
I think I said I was going to try an investigation, so let's just see who's the least persuasive and can investigate.
Reporting in.
Okay. Unrest in El Salvador is high in El Salvador, Commander. We might consider a stabilized mission there. Not a bad idea, but I still want to do public campaigns. Okay, so we're gonna have an easier time in Mexico now, and we do need to get.
We must persuade the people.
We do need to get the people.
Ready.
I'm here.
Okay, as it, we will. So significantly increase the likelihood that enemy counselors and aliens will be detected in the counselor's region and adjacent regions or in Haber Fleet. May also detect hidden alien assets in nearby Earth regions. So it was the Kazan region where the crash happened. So let's see.
Initiating surveillance.
Let's see if anything happens as a result
Standing
of it.
by.
Next up, so Sidney Siebert. If we try Mexico, it's 24. If we try Canada, it's 30. I suppose there is the question, given that I probably don't have something to equip, and we won't for a while, maybe I want to start the ball rolling. Maybe I want to do a big aggressive push. Yeah, you know what?
Establishing our presence.
I'm here.
And we'll also do a public campaign.
We must persuade the people.
So this could blow up in my face, but I still think it's worth giving it a shot.
We believe we can join them as brothers and sisters. If we only convince them we are worthy.
We have encountered the Academy. Led by members of Earth's scientific community, this faction has concluded that any species able to cross the stars must have moved beyond violence as a mechanism to resolve conflict. They assert that humanity must work to build a bridge to ensure the aliens treat us as equals.
On Overwatch.
I'm searching for our enemies in the Kazan region. Okay, so we don't seem to have noticed anything inside Kazan. We'll probably move this. member back. Now, again, I don't know if the game is specifically saying that we should expect to see something come up, because I definitely have had alien events happen on the rest of the world and have responded to
Our
those.
cause is unjustified to them.
Okay, so no luck with the public campaign. I think we'll just hit repeat mission on this one, because we definitely know we're going to
People will
press...
come to our side.
Okay, popular support has increased by 11 in Canada. We may get him to repeat it, but I'll hit continue. Obviously, we're interested in one in particular. Oops. And revolution in Tajikistan. Obviously, I'm ignoring
We're
the...
taking over.
Brilliant. Okay, we've got a control point in Canada. Good. That should make it considerably easier next time. All right. An undefended enemy control point in Armenia is vulnerable to a purge mission. Well, we don't
Yonders?
quite have the need there yet, though. So this isn't a actually, you know, maybe we start... no.
We'll bring this nation
We'll
to
go
our
for a
side.
little more control in
Where to?
Central
your
America
service.
for a bit. Let's keep the public campaign going
I will try
in
to sway the
Mexico.
public.
Standing by.
I think we'll also keep building...
Make our appeal.
I think we'll still make...
Standing by for
I think
orders.
we'll still work on public opinion in Mexico and Canada till they're under our control. Now, the other big question is, do I want to, like, do I keep spending resources? I think yes. Maybe in this case I'll go for the 70, though. I mean, 4 influence is not a lot
We'll be
to
running
give
this
up.
place in no time.
And again, I haven't been defending my positions and all of that, but I'm really going aggressive. So, best case scenario for the Academy strategy is we end up as a nature preserve for under-evolved primates. That is definitely not what the aliens plan. Irrepressible. What is interesting, actually, is this is kind of giving away where this is going, but the Academy starts with a very
Public
strong
opinion is moving in our direction.
public opinion boost, but
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
okay, good. This will make things a bit easier for us in terms of our in terms of gaining control points. But yeah. What happens is, as the alien intent becomes clearer, that initial advantage of popularity from the Academy starts to fall away. So I'm going to assume that over time, like, there's a series of events that are kind of scheduled in the game that will tell that story and will affect... I mean, again, I like returning to Twilight Struggle, and I just think, again, it was a super popular game, and I think it's a very influential game. You know, there have been, both in terms of board games, but also computer games, I think you can see the influence. I think the technology system in Old World is probably inspired by it, but also other board games. Like Labyrinth, actually, is a particularly interesting one, because even the box art sort of suggests that it is a continuation of those... you know, of sort of similar themes. Sorry, in the case of Twilight Struggle, like, one of the ways that game works, I was talking before how you can have these fairly hardened positions. So, like, if you're playing Twilight Struggle, the idea of, like, you know, in the early stages of the Cold War, you know, the United States just suddenly turning, like, Poland into a Western ally is nonsense. Like, that's just not going to happen in that game. But absolutely, there will be circumstances under which that can happen. And one of the ways that can happen, and generally where a lot of the action for Twilight Struggle gets built, is there will be events that occur that sort of disrupt the equilibrium that's been generated over, you know, the several turns of the game, and you try to take advantage of it. So, for instance, there's like the decolonization card, which the USSR can generally use to get some positions in that case, I guess they would be called third world country. I guess today we'd probably call them like developing nations. And the mapping isn't like 1-to-1, but I think everybody kind of knows the countries that you're talking about. But similarly in this game, I think there's an idea that as the story gets told, that's going to lead to certain events that occur, and it can mean that certain factions find themselves in the ascendancy. And incidentally, in the way that Twilight Struggle works, is that I think the advice, this might even be in the manual if I recall, is that the more experienced player should play the Soviet Union. And the idea is that the Soviet Union just absolutely needs to crush the United States early on, because the United States gets much stronger as the Cold War goes on. So essentially you need to end it quick, because you are probably going to lose if you don't. At the very least, you need to make the most of your advantageous position as the USSR. And of course, if you're a new player, you're probably not going to do that. And that just means that the US player is more likely to survive and move on. The year is 3022, and the Americans still call every country outside Europe the Third World, even though no one remembers what it once meant. So similarly for Terra Invicta, obviously you can't play as the Academy. I'm making a guess here, but it's clear that the Academy has a very strong popular support bonus. And probably part of the strategy for the Academy is to leverage that bonus. It will mean that they can redirect their resources towards other activities. And sorry, I did see something you said, Jetpack. I can actually bring it back to something we talked about earlier, but I'll try and close off the thread that I have here. But like, basically, the Academy needs to sort of make hay in the early stages. And essentially what the other nation, or what the other factions need to do as the fortunes of the Academy sort of go in decline once the nature of the threat becomes apparent, is that they need to find the places that the Academy neglected, and then those are the ones that are ripe to do the coups and the purges on. Because of course, as the popular support falls, the unrest goes up, and they become more vulnerable to those kinds of purges and coups. I don't see how Twilight Struggle... don't know Twilight Struggle, but your reference for this is the Axis and Allies. Right. Actually, I haven't played a lot of Axis and Allies, but got to move quick before the US starts building. Yeah. So yeah, Jetpack, to your earlier question about investing as much as you should. So this is one of the reasons why I did the particular set of choices that I did. It's ultimately, I found that the points that I put in, like, to me, I agree with you completely that influence is a very powerful and very diverse resource to use. But generally, I try to structure things around, my initial phases. I try to get the hard stuff done with very large investments of influence. And then I kind of see where I'm at, because like sometimes the numbers don't turn out for me. But I've definitely found that just in order to get stuff done, I need to be willing to make some strategic investments. And as you can see here, right, like that, it can be a virtuous cycle. We did not spend nearly as much as we did before to try and improve our station in Canada, and that's ultimately going to mean that the United States becomes easier. The fact that I'm spending less on Canada, and I will eventually, I'll spend some on Mexico to originally get it, but basically the large initial investment. I'll get to put that on ice for a little bit as I continue to develop those regions. That will allow my influence to build up so that I can hit, the U.S. with another haymaker when it comes to getting the control points. That's what I found has worked for me on the last couple of runs. All right, we may now appoint our faction chiefs advisors. With our management team on board, we may now recruit our core group of advisors to assist our interactions and oversight with nations aligned with our cause. So we can focus on economic development. National investment points we direct to the economy priority are increased by 10%. Hire some steely-eyed missile women and men. National investment points we direct to spaceflight are increased by 5. National investment points we direct to boost priority are increased by 5. This is a very tempting one as the resistance, because of course we are going to want to build our like our economic base in space, and so being able to get the investments in space flight is worth it. We can call in the generals. This is also aligned with resistance for military priority and build army, 5% each, 10% split over military and build army, and finally emphasize international aid. And national investment points we direct to welfare are increased by 5 and knowledge by 5. And I think because, to a certain extent, I'm going to be neglecting some of my more unrest kind of countries, I'm actually going to go for international aid, and I'm thinking of it more as reducing the number of counselors I need to spend dealing with unrest in other regions. It's admittedly, like 5% is not really going to transform everything, but I do like the idea of having to put a little bit less... basically, the fewer resources I need to dedicate towards maintaining the stability of the country, the better. And I'm willing to give up some of these others. Economic development on its own is just going to increase inequality. So I like the idea of international aid personally. We'll see if it pays off. We have completed the audience research project. This is a repeatable project. The required research to finish it increases by 100 each time it is repeated. Okay, so I think now we're going to do commercial research, especially... This isn't going to get us our next... organization, but this will at least give us a head start, so we will work on commercial research. Pause. Enemy counselor detected. Agents for the resistance have positively identified a counselor for Project Exodus in the Bucharest region of Romania. Our counselors may target the person with a number of missions. So I don't think that's because of the surveillance in Kazan. That would be really far away, but might have been. I don't know. Not a Freemason, first of their name. So glad to see gameplay for this. Been excited since it was announced. Well, I am too. I remember you actually might have found out about it around the time I did. So I was following the Pavonis forums, and I was quite excited to see the idea of the game. And then eventually they mentioned they were doing a Kickstarter. So you do know that this is a Steam demo, so you are actually able to play the... I don't think there was a difference between the press one other than they gave it to us a little early. But yeah, I mean, so far as I can tell, this is the same thing that you can access on Steam as part of Next Fest right now. So you can play 7 years of gameplay in this game if you're interested. You're impressed. It seemed like a very Kickstarter bait project, but holy damn, they are delivering. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you know, but this is a group that has got its background
We've got our people in place.
In modding. So, you know, they've done Long War 2, and they had been hired by Firaxis, I believe, to do some additional content for XCOM 2. I think Long War was their own thing. But thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, like, it's... I mean, it's... Okay, so confession time. I love XCOM. I've not played Long War. And before you all say it, just remember, think about those times when somebody was really into a TV show and they're like, "What? You haven't watched X? You haven't lived." I know Long War is very popular. I am sure I will get around to it one day, but there's only so many hours in a day, and there's more things I want to do in my life than play video games. And unfortunately, I have not yet played Long War. But with that in mind, this is a team that clearly has been thinking about games and has been developing things that people respond really well to for a while. So I agree. Like, Kickstarter is definitely... Like, so I know there was a trailer for the System Shock remake, but man, I am just so fed up with that particular project. Like, they did a Unity demo that was functional, and that was one of my reasons why I backed that project. I was like, okay, so they've shown what, you haven't played the Xenonauts Community Remastered, Redone, Revamped, Patch Plus Expanded Edition with the rebalance and expansion mods? Heresy! You do things other than game? Wild, yeah. You are a real XCOM fan otherwise. I actually I also need to play Xenonauts. I understand that's closer to the Julian Gollop XCOM. But yeah, that'll be a fun fight to start in chat. Should I play Xenonauts or should I play Long War first? But same here. But the excuse for you is low RAM and poor computer hardware. Okay, yeah, you've got you've got me. I've got a decent. My computer's old. Like I'm running a 6700K in this, but didn't realize I was watching an undead streamer, not alive. Yeah, sorry. What was I gonna say? But yeah, to the Kickstarter bait thing. So like, yeah, one of my the problem is that like with Kickstarter, the enforcement mechanisms just aren't there, right? Like you really need to trust the creators to deliver. And I think for the most part, people are well-intentioned. There are probably very few people who go onto Kickstarter to specifically take money from people with no intention of delivering on a project. But I also back Project Phoenix, and obviously that story doesn't end well. And I'm not entirely sure the developer was maybe the most forthright with how that project was being done. But the thing that really annoys me about with what Night Dive did with System Shock is that one of my decisions, like one of the things you need to evaluate on a Kickstarter project, and this is the same as if you're a publisher or an investor or whatever, is can these people actually deliver what they're promising? And for System Shock, they did a demo, and that demo was very much like the original System Shock game, the enhanced edition that they put out at as a publisher. And I was like, okay, this is fun. I like where this is going. This looks good. And clearly they've made this demo, so they've shown that they can deliver on it. And basically, as soon as the project closed, they announced that they were switching to the Unreal Engine. And I'm like, oh my god, like I want my money back already. Because I cannot think of a single project, particularly Kickstarter projects, but I think even when you look at like the history of gaming, like, when's the last time you've heard of a project where they said, and they switched engines and the game went on to be a, fantastic success, right? No, usually this is the start. This is like the part where the film goes black and white and that really like scary voice says, but little did they know that, So yeah, anyways, I definitely feel that one is probably one of the more clear examples of a bait and switch. Like, don't put a demo out saying that, yeah, we've done it in Unity, we can deliver on this project. Oh, and by the way, we're going to completely, demolish that and start from scratch with Unreal because we got more money than we were expecting. Like, yeah. And as a result, the project's been delayed. The updates are a joke. It's one of the reasons I haven't been following the Pavonis ones is because I keep seeing System Shock updates in my email, and I just get mad every time I see them, as you can tell. But to the earlier point that you were making, hissing walnuts, like I probably had the benefit for this project of knowing of its existence before the Kickstarter. But even then, like the scope for this is much larger than I was expecting. And I'm really impressed by how they delivered. And again, it's on the demo, and there's definitely it's a complicated game, and there's some stuff that I feel could be communicated a little bit better. But for my part, not only am I interested in Terra Invicta, but it got me aware of Hooded Horse, and Hooded Horse seems to be a really interesting new publisher that's attaching itself to a lot of really interesting projects. It's bringing in some talent that has a track record that of some good games, and it seems like a really good match of people who need resources, need access to things, and the people who are able to give it to them. Where was I? Right, if you play Xenonauts, do actually use the Community Edition. It fixes horrible bugs, but I'm fairly certain the only major gameplay change is fairly useless incendiary grenades. Okay, cool. That is actually good advice. I don't normally do mods that much, but I probably should.
We've got our people in place.
By the way, that was a roll of 36%. We should have got them to do like a naked run in Canada. So, all right, we've gained a control point for the resistance in Canada. We now have 2 of 3 control points there, and that was a 73 on 84. So this is one where the investment paid off. Of course, it was only for influence, so it's not like that broke the bank. Back to assignment. So let's secure our grip on the Great White North. I'm willing to spend the 4 on
Establishing
that.
control.
Standing by for orders.
Okay. I could take a flyer on Mexico. I mean, I could also invest in Mexico. Yeah, not worth it. 68. I'd want to have my more persuasive. Oh, we can still work on Costa Rica.
Bringing them on board.
I'm here.
Okay, we'll continue to do the public campaign in Mexico. We're
make
basically
our
going to do the same thing in Mexico that we did in Canada. The real question here is for
Ready to go.
Alberto Cusena. So right now in Canada, we are the largest faction by a fairly large margin. Now, the majority is undecided, but that's fine. Like I don't have sort of an immediate fear of Canada turning to another side. So this is one of these points where I might say, okay, so the public campaign either in the States or Mexico makes a little more sense now. We do already have public campaign going on inside Mexico, and we are going to need some time to build up in the States. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to send Alberto in there. And again, I'm reluctant to spend money on this stuff. I think for now, I'm actually just going to settle for a regular public campaign.
I will tell our story.
I don't expect there to be a lot of success, but it's a little bit like when I tried to get the Caribbean. There's a couple of other things that we can do before we really need to work on the States in earnest. The fact that we're already locking down Canada is good news for us, and I can't remember if there was anything fancy we could order. Yeah, I'm also trying to preserve money. If I can get Crossing Rivers for Humanity to give us sort of that ticking cash, that would be nice. Okay, back to the real world. And again, I can be playing around a little bit with
We
with the
hold
division.
no sway in their minds.
Okay, we'll still repeat the mission.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Yeah, that wasn't a huge shot. I suppose I should have looked. There can be situations where you get a critical failure, which can actually damage. We are now able to undertake the Information Science Lab project. Okay. It's not
Our supporters are in place.
necessary for us yet. And we've got the final cell for
We
Canada.
gain significant support.
All right, I've gained a control point for the resistance in Costa Rica. We now have 2 of 2 control points there. Again, I'm reluctant to spend money, but I may have to, because it's going to take us a long time to get that other location. Undefended enemy control point in Armenia is vulnerable to a purge mission. Again, not the most important thing for me to do right now. I think let's get them to continue
I will try to sway the public.
spreading the good
Where
word.
to?
Let's
Ready
get
for
you
orders.
70% I can
I will
work with.
tell our story.
Standing by.
And let's keep doing... I mean, again, I can take a flyer on Mexico, but let's
Bringing them
let's
to
try
our
Panama.
side.
Now, this character's pretty much... I mean, so I can send them to stabilize, but right now I'm still trying to grow. So I can, just on my own, try and go for Mexico by default. I can try and crack it with a influence expenditure. One thing I maybe want to take a look at, we were on our way to... there was... Oh, not anymore. But we've got the Bahraini Foundation and Erdu Aviation. So this one doesn't give me money. But I think I could definitely see myself making this investment. Rio Foundation costs a lot, but gives us the advise. Okay. So much money for these American organizations. Let's go for whoever has a low admin. So I'll invest some influence in order to gain more over time. I won't buy aviation because it costs me a lot of money. So I wanted to see, there was something that cost me 100 influence, but seeing as I don't have access to it anymore, I think let's just swing for the fences and go for, so 8 influence, 32. Yeah, I'll spend the 8 for a 75%
Putting our
chance.
people in place.
I might just be throwing away the influence doing that, but
They are not life forms or xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. They and the traitors who support them will face our judgment.
this is like an orc logo, right? We've encountered humanity first. This faction has gathered all of Earth's xenophobia into its ranks. Its followers have railed against the alien arrival without nuance, and they have even threatened humans who support finding a way to communicate with the aliens. So I was going to say, like, they seem like natural allies, save for the fact that, like, they do kind of seem to be jerks. Alien fleet detected. Surveillance telescopes have detected a new alien fleet transferring to low Earth orbit 1.
Our case remains unheard.
Man, we've been getting really unlucky with these. So 91 on a 70. So we'll continue to spread the good
Our
word.
cause is unjustified.
Oh, that's the upsetting one. So, like, again, we weren't expecting a lot in the States, but 34 out of 33, oof. They could flail extremely dangerous and capable of unreasonable damage, but also to yourself.
Our
Yeah.
supporters are in place.
But yeah, so I was like, well, I don't know if I want to consider the racists my, my natural ally anymore. I've gained a control point for the resistance in Panama. We now have one of 2 control points there. We'll just repeat that mission again. It's a chance for us to build a little bit of a better base.
Significant support.
And life will be easier now that we've got a toehold in Mexico. It was a 59 on 75, so we could have invested less. This is also the point I may want to be putting a little more effort into swaying hearts and minds in the United States.
Ready for orders.
But notice, right, we now have 3.4 in terms of control points for neighbors. We're also going to be gaining extra control points in Mexico. So the public
We must
campaign is
persuade the
going to
people.
become a little bit easier
Ready to go.
over time.
Standing by
Naveen,
for orders.
I just want to see what the probability is. 70% on its
Taking our
own.
case.
Not that that's changed anything in the
I'm
past.
here.
And we're at 36 again. I think I'm willing to spend
Taking control.
8 influence. There isn't a lot of stuff I want to buy right now, so... Okay, we've completed the commercial research project. This is a repeatable project. The required research to finish it increases by 100 each time it is repeated. So I think I'm going to do operations research just because it's low cost. One thing I might be looking at is, how much research am I generating? Can I have some influence on these other regions? It looks here like Mission to Space 88. I do think most of these other factions can kind of bury me as far as research is concerned. So I'm just going to stick to my knitting, and then we'll be able to dominate the agenda once we have the states. As you can see, the plan is basically working the way that we had originally intended, and so I'm not as worried about...
We are winning their hearts and minds.
Excellent. So I might even make this a permanent assignment for him.
Winning their hearts and minds.
Great.
The trick is not to look directly at what you are trying to see. Offset your focal point somewhere to the side of where you think you notice the movement. At night, the center of your vision doesn't work as well as during the day. I won't try to explain the science to you. What matters is you'll see whatever is out there before they see you. Colonel Hans Castillo, advising conscripts in Colombia.
Scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of Skywatch. Project Exodus contributed the most science to the effort and has selected deep space propulsion concepts as a new direction for global research. The span of time humanity has spent in space is dwarfed by the span of time humanity has been interested in it. Earliest records of the telescope date to the turn of the 17th century, with regular advancement made every century thereafter. It therefore follows that, on the shoulders of programs such as SETI, we consolidate our resources into a unified observation and surveillance program so that we can maintain active, constant surveillance on the nearer parts of the solar system. Allows all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn, immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range, and the following technologies may now be researched. Deep System Skywatch. I've kind of...
Surat al-Baqarah teaches that in the creation of heaven and earth, a wise people may find the signs of Allah. Let us heed those words and join together as we take our search into the stars. Director Khalid al-Ashgar, from his khutbah at the first conclave of Muslim astrophysicists.
Scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of mission to space. Project Exodus contributed the most science to the effort and has selected orbital shipbuilding as a new direction for global research. Existing in space is a different animal than merely traversing it. If we plan to go from tourist to resident, we must adapt. Logistics requires resupply missions planned months in advance, while engineering must cope with long-term exposure to solar radiation and the rigors of equipment maintenance in a vacuum. Likewise, our psychologists must develop a training regimen so personnel are able to maintain peak performance in an environment where up and down do not exist. We have, of course, been able to travel into space for some time, but now we must establish how to do so easily, regularly, and cost-effectively, and in far greater numbers than ever before. This renewed mission to space thus entails a mission to change many of our most fundamental preconceptions, yet these hardships are entirely necessary, for only once we are comfortably beyond Earth's orbit can we hope to explore, exploit, and ultimately even settle upon neighboring worlds, and in time, perhaps far beyond. The following technologies may now be researched: deep space propulsion concepts, orbital shipbuilding, outpost habs, and space tourism. Yes, space tourism is
Our
the
presence is growing.
very first thing that we want to do once we see hostile alien crafts. I've gained a control point here for the Resistance in Panama. We now have 2 of 2 control points here.
We're taking over.
I've gained a control point for the Resistance in Mexico, and public opinion has shifted 2% in our favor, so that was a critical success. We have 2 of 4 control points here, so we rolled a 4 on the 82. Okay, so looks like the United States of America is an open and control point with a good boost income. Let's target it to support our space program. I agree, but we're still working on it. It's cool that it's a coin toss now
Make
for
our appeal.
the US.
Reporting in.
Also, I didn't realize we had this much money. I should definitely be looking into spending it. I'm gonna save Azet for last.
Reporting in.
We'll get Sydney working on Mexico. Again, we'll try and move the numbers up.
Establishing our presence.
This time we only needed to use
Ready
4
for my
influence.
mission.
Naveen's still working on swaying hearts and minds in Mexico, but as you notice, our public opinion is doing quite well. So the reason why I want to focus on is that I've got 2 options. So I can try and go for the 27% in the Caribbean states. I can also make an investment in that. Right, that's the ISS. The other thing that I can do is actually start tending to those countries that had high unrest, and there is a reason to want to do this. So Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador. Oh yeah, El Salvador particularly. The reason I want to do this is it will actually improve my overall economic power by reducing the instability. So we're gonna send.
We'll make things safe.
We're gonna send an operative to start kind of enforcing the rules. Okay. Again, I was neglecting how much money we had, so I mean, I can just buy this straight up for the extra science. I do need to be a little careful about the org capacity, I suppose. Well, let's go for it. ED-style tourism, front row streets to the blasting. Yeah, we're still keeping on that path.
Violence is abating.
So I'm going to make this a permanent assignment for a while. We're definitely going to need to...
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Man, this is a really unlucky guy. 86 on a 90, or 90 on an 86. So he gets a permanent assignment.
Our case remains unheard.
Global research complete. Scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of We Are Not Alone. The Protectorate contributed the most science to the effort and has selected advanced magnetics as the new direction for global research. The dreamer in me wants to believe it would bring a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist. I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us. Commander Fiona Aode, The Resistance, NATO Symposium on Alien First Contact. Now, I noticed that the opening dialogue for the cinematic, which I believe is this character, also doesn't have any voices, so I'm wondering if Fiona's lines are still being recorded. Because I believe normally we've heard recorded lines for the tech. The quiet assurance that humans have carried for so long is gone. The knowledge that we share the universe with at least one other sapient species has caused reverberations throughout our entire society. The very fabric of our civilization is being stretched to its breaking point as conflicting voices shout ever louder above one another. It falls to our leaders, current and future, to rally our thrilled and frightened masses. Now, more than ever, we must come together as a people and prove to the universe that although we may no longer be its center as we once believed, we are no less important. Following technologies may now be researched: arrival domestic politics, arrival economics, arrival international relations, arrival sociology, terrestrial military science, and the following projects may unlock for us to research in the future: Xenology Lab and clandestine cells, which is one of our priorities up here.
Our presence is growing.
Brilliant. I'm hitting continue on that one because I'm going to want to spend. We've completed the Operations Research Project. This is a repeatable project. The required research to finish it increases by 100 each time it's repeated. Now, we haven't really been using ops that much, so we're kind of hoarding it. But again, when I played this before, I did notice that I did a lot of ops one after the other, and I actually found that I wasn't able to follow up on alien events that popped up. So in this case, I am actually willing to invest in that. Okay, so management science is kind of expensive. So if you ever get to the cap, if you invest in this one, basically it lets you control more countries at the cost of science. So we are currently at 41 of 85, so we're not even halfway yet. We could do information science lab, but that's assuming that we're able to build modules. So maybe it's better for me to just keep investing in my my resources. We'll go for audience research. This is also because I think we'll get access to clandestine cells pretty quickly. Oh, this is interesting. So this is one that I might want to put some points into. So actually, let's just unpause and see how quickly we contribute. Oh, we got assignments first. Commander, it appears we have some supporters in Chile, making it a good target for us to control. Well, we were considering that before, but again, we're focusing on North America at the moment.
Where do you need me?
So this should secure Mexico for us. I'm willing to do it.
Establishing control.
Rest of it, we just kind of continue on the same rate. Again, we're going to be waiting a while to put an end to the guerrilla war, so this is going to take a while. This may actually be one where I'm willing to... I think in this case, I'm going to go for Asimovian for the extra... Yeah, so I'm going to change a couple of these away. away from resistance just to try and get a little more actually, I think pretty much all of my Central American states, I'm going to do this. Okay, yeah, I can work with the rest of these. So yeah, this is a longer term project, but I'm going to do a combination of deploying a counselor to stabilize and then also bring about, like, change the policies to make sure that they're a little bit more in line with flourishing. Okay. And as always, I want to take... Oh, sorry. I was meaning to take a look at science. So I think if we were to contribute to advanced magnetics, we'd be able to beat people, but we would stop researching audience research. Oh no, we'd kill them. Yeah.
Things are cooling off.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
We've moved the needle.
We are now able to undertake the Military Science Lab project. Alien Fleet Victor 1 completes transfer. Alien Fleet Victor 1 has arrived in low Earth orbit.
We've got our people in place.
And we've now secured Mexico. 82 on an 88, so spending the influence was worth it. UFO crashes on Earth. An alien vessel has crashed down in the La Paz region in Bolivia. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. So we will have somebody follow up on that. In fact, this will be... I'm going to send...
On the way to the target
I'm going to send
site.
Sydney just because this gives us another chance to build our kind of our beachhead in the U.S. I think we're still going to double down on kind of our position in Mexico. I should probably start changing popular support. I'm also intrigued... no, sorry. Where was I wanting to check? Wasn't the Humanity First, was it? I think yes, it was. So if I wanted, I could try purging these guys because we've got high support. But the question is, do I really want to... Like, do I really want this extra region for myself? It doesn't necessarily have any resources I immediately want. What's the benefit of investigating a crash? So there is some research that you get from it. I think maybe the best answer for me, Twitchcaster, is to let the... So the first thing I can do, target site... Here's how I break it down. The best thing for me to do is just to show you the consequence of investigating. But usually the way that I'll answer a question like that for myself when I don't know on my own is to start with what the tooltips tell me. So we've got target a site of suspected alien activity to learn more about the aliens' methods and motives. Well, that maybe doesn't tell me as much as I was hoping. So now we can go to the codex. And I can't remember if this was one. There's a couple in here where I'm like, this didn't really tell us that much. Okay, yeah, this is the exact same one. But yeah, there are some research points that you get for doing it. I'll confirm the assignments,
Every
and we should.
circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
The event will tell us exactly what we get from it, but research is probably the biggest advantage, I think. All right, the initiative. We've encountered the initiative. The leaders of this shadowy cabal reveal little about themselves or their methods. In some regions, they are behind rampant rumors that the alien arrival is a fabrication by Earth's governments and corporations. In others, they have founded companies selling products that allegedly protect from a fictitious alien disease they seem to have made up. I think this will be the first one to resolve.
Order is returning.
We've moved the needle.
No, it's the
We
last
hold
one.
no sway in their minds.
Recon complete.
I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crashdown site in Bolivia. We will receive a small bonus to our xenology research going forward. So I don't think if you mouse over it'll quantify it, but we can go to the research screen. So I'm trying to remember. I wonder if I can search the tech tree for that, actually. So, where's Xenology Lab? Well, nuts. All right. I'm sorry. I genuinely cannot find a way of quantifying the benefit. I was hoping that maybe I could find a tech that I would be able to point on it, but I'm coming up short. But yeah, the best I can say, investigating a site at for the most part, I found has given me a research bonus. However, I believe there are other events. Like I've had the ability to attack alien resources on Earth as well. So I don't believe it's just a one-note event. I believe there are other things that come up. Yeah, I believe it is. The problem is that there isn't a legend for these there's a legend for these icons. So like it could be like biotech here, it could be, you know, one of the others. And my hope was that by mousing over it, it would say, you know, you get an X% bonus. The one thing I can say for sure is it's not one of these. So this is materials, space, and energy. But my guess is probably that plant one. Actually, yeah, I don't have a plant one. But yeah, like essentially the most regular bonus I've gotten has been a research bonus. Ooh, I'm definitely going to want to deal with that presence. First off, though, we're going to try and... Oof. Still tough in the States. Okay.
What's the op?
Crackdown uses investigation. Yes, she was my good investigator. Well, those are not numbers to get excited about, though.
Turning up the heat.
We'll give that a start.
At your service.
I'm gonna go. She's gonna continue stabilizing
Restoring order.
El Salvador.
Ready for my mission.
I might want to double up my propaganda efforts in the States. Because like obviously we've got a lot that we've been working on, right? So we've got as many control points as we're going to have neighboring the states. It's really just a question now of
We must persuade the people.
bringing the people on my side. So I think that's going to be how I distribute things for now. There's a side of me that kind of wants to say maybe I should be moving and trying to get more control points elsewhere. But I think in this point, actually, sorry, there's one other thing I can try. What about purging? Yeah, that's even less likely. Although Alberto's probably a better... Yes, we get 3. Yeah, we're going to have to invest quite a bit to make that actually work. But at the very least, I'll get the credit for attempting.
Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
The leaders of this we have encountered the Protectorate. The leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe that the clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival marks them as a threat, but they have concluded that any species that can cross interstellar distances is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing.
Things are stabilizing.
Okay, I'll put her on repeat for now.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Our
Ouch.
cause is unjustified to them.
My public campaign mission in the United States of America was a disaster. We have turned a small amount of the population against us. 96 against 59. Yellow-bellied cowards. Yeah. I'm going to put him on permanent assignment despite that disaster.
We lost their trail.
That's not surprising there. I'm going to put that on repeat.
Cleaning things up.
Although maybe I just get her on the loudspeaker in the States too. So I suspect this is a Pakistani focus. Yes. So most of these cost money. So she can't spread the good word for us. In this case, I think we'll just get her continuing to focus on a crackdown. Again, I can try improving my chances, but even if I spend 64, it's not necessarily going to be... it's not a high chance of success. So
Targeting their center of power.
we'll try to get lucky.
Ready for orders.
I think we'll still try to stabilize El Salvador. I mean, it's generally getting better, but... And we will continue to invest in the States. However, I am going to... We kind of need these guys to deliver, so I'm going to start
I will try to sway the
putting
public.
some worldly
Your orders?
resources to our persuasion efforts.
Making our case.
I can't just open the floodgates in terms of cash, but at the very least I want to try and increase the probabilities for a little bit. Imagine they would have glassed us if they wanted to, but they could just want an advent solution. You mean the aliens in this specifically? Because I think one of the events specifically said that the technology is not as far apart as we were expecting. Okay, that's some more influence, so I may change my mind on a couple of actions. For now, though, I think I'm going to start researching the labs. I'm also going to take a second to see what it takes to get clandestine cells.
Violence is abating.
All right. So we need to finish We Are Not Alone, which has been completed. So why is it that we can't research? Interesting. Well, we'll let it run by.
The people will come to our side.
That was a 52, so that...
Winning their hearts and minds.
But that was a 69, so...
We've hit them where it hurts.
Oh, that was unexpected. We have conducted a successful crackdown on the Academy in the Caribbean states. Their legislature control point will be disabled until the 8th of February, 2023. So that was a 6 against a 7. That was very lucky. So yeah, my priority is winning over the states, but I am going to try and purge when I can. I kind of consider the Caribbean states to be within my sphere of influence, so...
What's the op?
So I could get a coin toss for spending... You know what? Let's give it a shot.
Putting our people in place.
Where do you need me? We'll make our appeal.
What's the op? I will tell our story.
At your service.
God, this is expensive influence-wise, but let's see if we can make it happen.
Removing our enemies.
We've completed the Assign a Counselor to a Purge mission objective. Purging enemy CPs is a valuable tool in your arsenal. Keep an eye out for undefended enemy CPs, which are ripe for the taking. It's probably just because I did this. Yes, I've got control of Canada for a while, so we've got all the control points in the neighboring regions to the United States. That's why we're starting to make the move on them. Hey, now we're able to take clandestine cells. So yeah, Canada was one of our earlier... It wasn't our first priority, but it was one of our earlier priorities.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Okay, good. I usually want these to trigger before the attempt to get the control point, obviously, because that helps us with public opinion. We are now the most popular faction in the States, which is good.
We've moved the needle.
Okay, another 4%, so let's see how it turns out.
Our associates were unable to take control.
95 on 74, so, I mean, that's unfortunate. We spent a lot of influence on that, but that's life.
We're taking over.
Brilliant. Okay, so we now own the financial sector. Everything else follows as soon as we have that, the financial sector. And amazingly, that was a 20, so all of that influence we spent was actually a little bit of a waste, but we couldn't have known that at the time, obviously, so, but... the 1st Infantry Division is now under the control of the Resistance. Okay, so this is going to be where things get interesting. Now the thing is, we are definitely going to want to lock down the states for ourselves, so I am going to throw everything I can at controlling
We'll bring this nation to our side.
We're still going to do our propaganda efforts.
I will tell our story.
Where do you need me? We'll make our appeal.
And of course, because I've spent all of my influence, we can try to purge, but it's going to be a low chance. But of course, the important thing is that now that we've got a toehold in the states, we're also going to be getting considerably more in terms of resources. So, for instance, I really need to figure out what to do with my money. The Canopus Intelligence Group. Okay, well, we know who gets that. It also grants surveil location, but that's maybe not as important. Also, I forgot that I've got some experience to use. So this is my Persuader. I guess Naveen is kind of the persuader as well, although they're pretty good at investigation. Do I make them just kind of a generalist, maybe? This is genuinely a tricky one for me, so espionage, yeah. I probably prefer Purge to Crackdown. Alright. So those are some traits that I'm looking for. Is there a representation of pre-aliens ideologies, if for no reason other than... Sorry, are you... Oh, sorry, maybe of the aliens' ideologies? I believe that is one of the texts that you can research. I need to get used to using the tech tree, so... where would it be? These are, incidentally, all the... I suspect these are like all the wild sort of federations you can go down. Ah! I think if I just do a search for alien. Really? No? Pretty sure there was like one called Alien Origin or something like that. Oh yeah, it takes a second to load. So it's not that I'm just like hesitating with my mouse over it. Now in fairness, I do have this on my hard drive rather than a solid state, so I don't want to give the impression that this game is unacceptably long for loading, but there is a lot here. So I was a little reluctant to... I would have thought that We Are Not Alone would be the one that would trigger it, but... got missions to the asteroids, space warfare... But what do the aliens feel? Interrogation techniques, that's promising. Oh, no, lost the thread. Anyways, alien origins may just be as simple as, like, what object in the solar system that they come from, but it may be that there is some discussion in terms of the aliens' motivations. To be honest, I don't think that's given. I don't think that's a given. And as far as the world is concerned in this game, it is not necessarily established that they're hostile until after you first see them.
Our case remains unheard.
Good God, this guy is cursed.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
My God. What am I paying you people for?
Our presence is growing.
Yes, but we do now have the regional authorities. 63 on a 78, so money well spent as far as the influence is concerned.
Our enemies are still in control.
Okay, we'll repeat that mission. I think probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to send Sydney off to... the 1st Armored Division is now under the control of the Resistance.
Your orders?
So if I were to throw all my influence into this... Well, 63 is not terrible. Yeah, let's swing for the fences.
On board.
Your orders? we'll make our appeal.
Reporting in.
Again, the more control I get
must
over the
persuade the
states, the
people.
more resources I have. So there is definitely some sense in. Oh, so that's the cost for me putting all my influence. Onyx Instruments would have given me +2 to espionage and +2% to information science research, so I'd stick that on Alberto. We'll see if we still have access to it after the turns go by. So you notice we're actually earning this stuff at a pretty decent clip. What does the 100% over Mexico mean? That's a good question. So I noticed that this game has a tendency to kind of keep some tooltips staying on the screen. So I suspect this would be if I were to do a public appeal or like the persuasion mission in Mexico, it would have a 100%. Anyone know how you get control over the ISS? I believe there is a mission that will allow you to do the equivalent of a purge mission on space assets. I'll try and bring that up in the codex. All right, hurricane. A massive hurricane has struck the. I am never going to be able to pronounce this, but let's give it a try. The Tegucigalpa. Anyways, region in the Honduras. The damage is potentially horrific. We may mitigate the damage by directing funds and ops to the area. Yes, we will divert resources to help out. That's 20. So keep in mind, that's 20 ops. That's half of my stockpile. Causes limited damage to the economy and population. Creates significant public opinion boosts in Honduras, and all armies in the affected region suffer minor damage. Yes, we're diverting resources.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Jesus Christ!
We've moved the needle.
Our supporters are in place.
Excellent. Critical success, by the way, so we also shifted opinion in our favor.
The opposition remains in power.
Okay, let's go Codex, missions list, and control space asset. Persuade a ship or HAB crew to join your faction. Requires we have sufficient mission control to take the asset, and the attacking modifiers persuasion, influence spent, and the target has negative influence. And then defending modifiers, base difficulty, council loyalty, protection, HAB size, differences in ideologies, defending interests, crew size, and HAB support shortages. So you'd want to probably find... So I don't know how the Academy gets it for starters, but you'd probably want to find a counselor with the control space asset mission, or alternatively to get a I don't know if there's any organizations that grant that kind of access, but that would potentially be another way you could get it. The Marine Division is now under the control of the Resistance. An undefended enemy control point in Chile is vulnerable to a purge mission. Yeah, well, we've been trying. The new normal. The initial global upheaval in response to the alien arrival has calmed somewhat, with various political and economic interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With a sense of emergency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting their authority, and humans are spending more time worrying about each other than about the aliens. In short, our moment to strike quickly is passing. Our counselors report that their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct as they must navigate the old protocols for travel, security, and international contacts. We can still move forward, and some of our missions will have a greater impact as we spend more time on them, but everything will take longer to accomplish now. All right. So that's fine. I mean, we're more or less where we wanted to be. We're still spending quite a bit in terms of accomplishing things, but I think this is the right call. You know, the one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do just
We'll
a
be running this
flyer
place in
on
no time.
controlling
Ready
the
to go.
region, but we are going to spend up on 320. Yeah, that's a little rich. I'll spend 40.
I will try to sway the public.
Ready for my mission. Making our case.
But
Ready for orders.
I'm saving up the influence just so I can buy that the Onyx instruments. And against my better judgment, I'm still going to try to
Targeting their position.
purge. But yeah, the only thing, it'd be kind of nice if we could have got the United States before. Oop. Ukraine conquered. The armies of Russia conquered Ukraine, but it may rise again. So that's a big boon to the academy, which has full control of Russia, which of course means it's got a lot of boost resources. Yeah, needless to say, I was surprised to see a war in Ukraine when the game starts. But I mean, good on them for not shying away from from the state of the world if they're going to start it in 2022. I've increased popular support for the resistance by 4% of the U.S. So we've got a pretty good little stronghold
Come
here.
to our side.
We are now able to undertake the Energy Lab project. Allows for the construction of the following HAB modules, Energy Lab, but the big thing I want to do is bring in Onyx instruments. They do not have sufficient admin, but I don't think it says how much they need. Okay. Oh, how much you want to bet it's 2? Okay, I screwed this up, but that's fine. So we're going to stick 1 down here. Basically just making all my people better at what they do. Oh, sorry, Twitch Aster. I didn't notice that until. I mean, I got it eventually, but I appreciate the heads up.
We failed to take control.
So that's not a surprise, right? Although it's now 37, I think it was lower before.
Our associates are now in charge.
And purge mission critical success. We have taken control, taking a control point for the resistance in the Caribbean states from the Academy, and it gained some public support for doing so. That's a 0 that we got. Yeah, that's amazing. Still don't care that much for us, but so we'll do another crackdown. I mean, again,
Applying pressure on their people.
it's not like
Standing by.
there's a major motivator for doing this, but the fact that I got away with it once is just making me want to do it again. All right, Sydney, what can we get you to do? So 37 on its own, 75 or no, 81. Yeah,
Bringing them to our side.
we'll throw everything we can
Where
at it.
to?
And again, we'll open our pocketbook.
Making our case.
And we'll spend some money on
I'm here.
on the campaign.
I will try to sway the public.
We already have half the U.S., so it's one of these cases where I'm willing to spend up to be able to shape the rest of the. You're interested in the military dimension? I'm not quite at the point where I want to invade countries that I already own, but essentially you can sort of set a national policy to declare war. And we have completed the Clandestine Cells project, so it allows us to recruit an additional counselor. Now we'll need influence for that. Well, I mean, one to help me with the unrest actually wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't know. I think I still want the states.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Jesus. I cannot win with this guy.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
This was critical success, though, so... We're doing quite well. 76%. 76% support in the United States. Oh, I was going to say, the capital is Atlanta? I don't know a lot about... Oh, second alien ship has arrived in... UFO crashes on Earth. An alien vessel has crashed down in the Mashhad region in Iran. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. Okay. That's going to change my priorities a little bit.
We've gained significant support.
Excellent. So 73% against an 87. 4 of 6 control points in the States. The 2nd Marine Division is now under the control of the Resistance. Interesting. The aliens have become rapidly more popular in Bolivia. Perhaps we should investigate alien activity there. Okay, I'm going to follow the game's advice on this. So, where the hell is Bolivia? I do not remember my... There we go.
Surveilling target area.
Okay.
Ready to go.
I'm going to get Alberto to investigate the alien activity.
We'll see what we can find.
Naveen.
Ready for orders.
Acknowledged.
Come on, man.
We must persuade
You're better
the
than
people.
this.
Your orders?
55 on its own, and I can try recruit... Well, okay, let's see what my recruiting options are first. Also... Oh, crossing rivers for humanity! So good. Persuasion... Oh, damn! Yeah, okay. So not only do we get a bunch of money, but we make my persuasive, basically make my diplomat more diplomat-y, and my also better for science once they start advising. That was a good one. Okay, so what are my options? I suppose the other question would be, what am I trying to accomplish with certain characters? Because I'm not as worried about control. And if anything, I probably want a little bit more in terms of stabilizing nations, crackdowns, public campaigns. So actually, Brian Sanders is not a bad... we considered him before. Decent investigation, good persuasion. Command's not very good, though, which I believe, yeah, that's going to help me with my... Okay, so let's maybe focus on command. Good God, we do not have much of anything. So, Francisca de Lima, which actually would give me pretty good influence as well. Very low loyalty. Or Fei Chu? No resources. Good espionage and command. Tolerable investigation. Can increase unrest, stabilize nation. Also does crackdowns and purges. It would be nice if I had more people for more persuasive people, but also investigate alien activity and assault. I think we'll bring the operative in. We have completed the Build Your Council objective. Make sure you recruit several counselors with the ability to gain control points in nations. Counselors whose professions have an affinity for your faction's goals will cost less influence to recruit. A famous undercover cop.
What's the op?
Okay, so... Are you better at purging? Nope. Let's get them stabilizing El Salvador. Alright. Sydney doesn't have much to work with, but 65%
we'll be running this
chance
place in no time.
without spending any influence. That seems like a pretty decent little... That seems like a decent...
Eyes up.
Nope. Searching for our enemies in La Paz, so again, nothing... Didn't seem to have a consequence, but we don't know what'll happen next turn. Why is this wounded? Oh, probably because of the hurricane. Project complete. We have completed the Information Science Lab project. Allows the construction of the following HAB modules, Information Science Lab. Which reminds me, we actually can launch a... We can launch something. I'm going to start with... let's do Military Science Lab. A small module dedicated to developing military technologies and doctrine. Okay, so at some point... Also, I suspect with the amount of science that I'm generating, I can start throwing my weight around on the global stage. Although, there's some pretty serious numbers. Well, okay, in fairness, this has also been researched for a while, so... What I'm going to do here is I'm going to zoom out from the world. So we click on Earth. And this is how we can found a platform. So build the command module for a small space station in the selected orbit. It may be delivered on a rocket from Earth or by a HAB with a construction module in the same planetary system. Requires 1 free mission control and requires at least 11.2 in terms of finance and 1.5 to launch from Earth. So we could put it in low Earth orbit, 1 or 2. I think the alien ships are in low Earth orbit 1, so let's put it in 2. I honestly don't know what the difference between these two are, but I'll put it in number 2. Okay. When you select a planet, moon, asteroid, or Lagrange point, a selection of space operations will appear here. Yeah, after I've done it. Fair enough. We've completed the found a bit. I'll do the tutorial in a second here. Platforms may have up to 4 additional modules, which you may order in the HAB screen. Developing larger HABs requires researching improved habitat types. Completing the Mission 2... public research projects will allow humanity to build stations further away from Earth. Launch a probe. The first step to constructing bases on other planets, moons, and asteroids is to launch probes to assess various sites on those bodies. Probes may be launched from Earth or from habitats with a space dock or a larger spacecraft. Construction module. Once a probe arrives on its space body, each site's mining will be visible to you. So I actually don't remember if I'm able to do that right away. So let's just take a second here and do the tutorial. When you select a planet, moon, asteroid, or Lagrange point, a selection of space operations will appear here. These operations allow you to work towards building habitats at this location without the use of your fleets. Various Mission 2 global technologies unlock parts of the solar system for exploration. To build bases on the surface of space bodies, you must first prospect the body with a probe or a properly equipped fleet to learn about potential base sites. You may launch probes here. They can either come from Earth or a nearby shipyard if you've built one. With the appropriate construction and exploration technologies unlocked, you may also found HABs at the space object via launches from Earth or from nearby HABs with a construction module. These may take some time to arrive. All right, so we're going to zoom out. And so yes, if you thought that this game was already complicated, it doesn't take place on one planet. Behold, Luna. Now, unfortunately, it does seem that we need to, so as you can see, there's locations here. So eventually we'll be building bases. Incidentally, we talk about TV shows every once in a while. I do remember somebody asked about Love, Death, and Robots. One of my coworkers brought it up again, and I was watching some of the episodes again, and I don't necessarily think what I said before is necessarily wrong, but I am warming to that show a bit. Like I'm getting past some of my hang-ups, let's say. And it's an episode by episode thing. There are definitely some really good ones there. But the one thing I was actually thinking of is, like, as soon as I saw that we were building bases on the moon, one of my favorite shows that I found through a streaming service is For All Mankind on Apple TV Plus. I have not seen the 3rd season yet, but especially, like, I liked the first season, but the 2nd season I thought really went above and beyond. So again, I don't know if there's going to be fighting over these resources in the game. Like once we research the technology, presumably I'm not going to be the only one reaching these territories. But I have a feeling that Well, and again, we're already looking at space, so still not done yet. But yeah, so all of these are objects that, well, it's something that can be used in the fight. At least there isn't Planet 9, right? See if I can find it. How far out can we go? I will confess I struggle a little bit with the scale, but I also know the scale of the I know the scale of the like there's the solar system as depicted in books because you actually need to have like you need to have the like it's not presented to scale because you like would have to have multiple books, or you just need to have like a folding out page in preposterous dimensions. So I don't know whether or not this game even tries. I do notice it seems kind of like, obviously everything looks really crushed together close to the sun. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't focus on... I figured Pluto would be a good place for hitting the limit. I'm assuming this is more than just what we can see. I'm assuming this is everything that exists in the game. But anyways, there's a lot, as you can see. So if you thought the game was complicated on Earth, well, guess what? By the way, there is a ship combat. So I don't think they expect you to do a lot of ship combat in the demo. So for those of you who have downloaded it, if you go to the skirmish option, that will show you what the ship combat's like. I haven't spent a lot of time on it because I've been getting a grip on the
Things are cooling off.
Getting a grip on kind of the terrestrial game, but
Our case remains unheard.
Jesus. Is there a trait I'm lucky that this guy has? Pluto papers. Oh, all right. Our counselor, Sidney Siebert, has been named in a recent leak of confidential financial documents. The documents, which number in the tens of millions, purport to expose fraudulent, corrupt, and generally illegal financial behavior by major corporations and government officials worldwide. This has caused a great deal of embarrassment to many important individuals, not least Sidney Siebert, who is greatly surprised to be included in the papers. This doesn't look good for our faction. A great deal of information about our faction will be exposed to our enemies. Order Sidney Siebert out of the public eye until the heat cools down. They will be detained at their current location for 4 mission phases. Use our influence to try and bury the story. Oh my god. So success, we spend a lot of money and a small amount of influence. Loyalty stat will change by 1. Or we fail. Ouch, and massive loss of public, and politely suggests that Sidney Siebert can contribute more to the cause? Okay, let's try to use our influence to bury the story. This may hurt me, though. As they say, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. No! By trying to bury Sidney Siebert's involvement, we've only made world media even more interested in and critical of our activities as a whole. That's bad. That's a lot of effort that we put in that we just blew up.
Here's what we found.
I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crashdown site in Iran. We will receive a small bonus for our xenology research going forward. I got caught up in the Pluto papers and I tried to do a cover-up and lost a bunch of influence.
To establish control.
And we also failed to... Oh man, yeah. We took a big hit on that roll because of the opinion.
Where do you need me? Establishing our presence.
Naveen,
What's the op?
please. I'm begging you, sir.
Making our case.
All right.
Acknowledged.
Let's get... I think I'm going to start spreading the love a little bit, because we have some damage control to do.
I will tell our story.
Where do you need me? Going after their people.
Hopefully this isn't like most XCOM games where one mistake means you basically have an unsalvageable run. I don't think this mistake would cost me that kind of way. I mean, I couldn't tell you, but I feel like the session that I did on Sunday, I made some pretty big blunders, but I still wound up in a decent enough place. I was meaning to take a look at the relative... I'm going to wait till the next cycle, but I do want to start contributing to global research. We've completed the Military Science Lab project. It allows the construction of a military science lab. Now again, the thing is that building all of this stuff requires resources that we don't have. So I'm building it so that I can have it, but we're certainly not at a spot where... oh wow, we're 71 to 85. I wonder if we'll go over the cap once we take the US.
Order is returning.
We've moved the needle.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of my larger regions and I'm going to go...
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Cool. I'm going to try and get us to
Targets got away.
50% or higher, and then we'll start focusing on some of the smaller nations as well. So this is going to be a little bit more about consolidating our position on top of the efforts that we're doing in the US, of course. Do you have to ship water and fuel into orbit, or is that automated? So I actually don't know if you can do... I don't know if you can...
Our supporters are in place.
So there are those resources... there are those resources that you need. They're measured up here, but I don't actually think it's possible to get them from Earth. I believe you actually need to get them from the Moon and Mars are probably like the first two that you'll focus on. I do know that there is a certain amount of autonomous boost usage because there is an event that basically a rocket is destroyed on re-entry. So you basically have to sacrifice a bunch of boost for that. But in general, I think, like if you're talking about the specific stats, I believe those are only available through space. If you're just talking in general about the idea of maintenance, that's automated. All right, yet another control point in the States, which is good. We just need one more of these, and then we can start focusing on keeping our stuff. We have the 2nd Infantry Division. I believe I have a chance to steal the Energy Lab project from the Servants, if I can target one of their something or other. Now, I thought we already had the Energy Lab. Yeah, we'll have it soon enough. And in the States, we have basically everything. We have the financial sector, we have regional authorities, we've got corporations, mass media. Wait, wasn't there... There's definitely a different group. But yeah, we're going to make a move on the executive now. Technically, we could ignore the executive.
Reporting in.
And other factions, I don't believe they would be able to claim it.
Establishing control.
Because they don't have a presence
Ready.
in one of the other sections.
I will try to
But yeah, in this case, we're gonna kind of treat the U.S. like we own it, and the rest, yeah, we're gonna worry a little bit more about consolidation. I am really curious whether or not we're gonna go over the cap. All right, the Energy Lab project is complete. A small laboratory for conducting high-energy physics experiments grants a plus 3% bonus to our investments in the boost priority if the module is in an Earth interface orbit, up to a maximum of 30% from all faction HABs. So, I usually like going for the cheaper tech. I'm going to go for ops research just because we generate that at a much slower rate than everything else. I'm also going to take a quick second to see. Looks like there are some tasty organizations to pick up. So, oh wow, we can get an extra engineering project if we want. The Pictor Cartel. So, do we have any criminals? Winford Media Group's going to get me even more money and more influence. Let's start with that. It is kind of tempting to pick up Volan's engineering as well, but there may be some value in, I don't know, like just like this 10th Special Forces is a good example. I don't know. We'll scoop up what we can for the advantages right now, though. I'll tweak those priorities later, but I'm going to start spreading out my research a bit. Hab module complete. We have completed the construction of a new platform core for the Arminius station in low Earth orbit 2. This panel displays basic information about the station or base you have selected. Click on the image and you will open the full detail in the Hab Manager. This section lists space stations that for you to select and view. You can filter to see only your stations or all known stations in the solar system. This section lists any HABs that you control on planets, moons, and asteroids. After clicking on a HAB, you will see all current production and other data on the HAB in this column here. This button will allow you to make changes to any HAB you control, such as including adding or replacing modules. Toggling this checkbox will enable you to view HABs controlled by the aliens or other factions. So right now this costs me money, this costs me mission control, this has a water and volatiles cost. So I could be building extra parts to this. So this section shows the overview data on the HAB. Click on any module in the HAB in the large window to the right to display its data here. This list contains a list of available modules for this HAB. Left-click to view more details, drag and drop, or right-click a module to add it to the HAB to begin construction. Left-clicking on the module will allow you to view more details on it. So, for instance, one thing I could try here would be solar collector. This seems decent, right? So, power output scales up. Sorry. So, like, I'm assuming this is something that I'm going to need to power all the other things, although I actually don't see. Yeah, there it is. So like maybe I would want to start with a solar collector, but the thing is, because it has this cost associated with it, or sorry, with like support costs, I don't actually think it's going to be effective. So as far as I can tell, like it doesn't seem to have any effect. It's just kind of floating there in doing nothing. So I don't know if there's like a penalty that I suffer or something like that. I've never felt it, but it just winds up being useless. So for instance, if I stick a solar collector on it, that seems all well and good, but I am paying, 1 funds a month to not have it do anything. I mostly just build these things because the game like gives me a tutorial event to do it. So Untax, thank you very much for the follow. See, I'm not going to work too hard on my station, but the plan is, you'll notice that I'm now starting to shift my attention. So I'm actually going to start contributing to global research, and that's because I want to start doing things like mission to the moon. I've got my boost. I've got more or less my sphere of influence. I'm going to be slowly working towards it, but the idea here is that I'm just going to have a slow ticking amount towards management research, because I don't want that to be sort of moving heaven and earth in order to make this thing happen. So I'm starting to just spreading the love right now, and I'm probably just going to be adjusting. What I'll probably wind up doing is maybe putting like 2 in this 2 here, and then like 3 in the global research, or I'll specialize in one. There was actually one save where basically I was dominating all 3 global research, which was...
Of course there was an accident. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry about the bodies later. The delays are costing us. Chairman Soren van Wyk, Internal Memo.
Scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of deep space propulsion concepts. Project Exodus contributed the most science to the effort and has selected Deep System Skywatch as the new direction for global research. Leaving Earth is one thing, colonizing nearby worlds is another. Reliably and rapidly traversing the infinite expanse of space is yet another, and perhaps the toughest of these nuts to crack. Our current spacecraft and engines are capable of no such thing, at least not for any useful length of time. The major stumbling block is fuel, which our current sources constrained both by storage and propulsion limitations. It is a problem the world's finest engineers and physicists have long labored to solve, and they now believe that a pathway to next-generation propulsion systems is open to us. Efficiency is the foremost avenue of their exploration, increasing the speed and longevity of the propellant while reducing wear and damage to our ship's drives and nozzles. Now that the essential concepts are established, our researchers believe there are 3 possible paths to tread: electromagnetic, electrostatic, or electrothermal propulsion. Each has its own advantage and will depend upon prior discoveries in other fields. So I'm going to definitely need to spend some quality time with the tech tree to sort of decide what paths I want to go down, but in this case we'll make a best first effort. Scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of orbital shipbuilding. Project Exodus contributed the most science to the effort and has selected outpost HABs as a new direction for global research. Mum's last years were a blur of doctors and treatments. By that point, every movement was painful. The one thing she loved was her aquatic therapy. Whenever I was home on leave, I'd take her to the pool for hours. Weightless. Smiling. Free. Commander Fiona AO'd the Resistance, response to SIS psychological evaluation question, what gives you strength in difficult times? The old rules of aerospace cease to be when there is less aero and more space. Craft built for the purpose of traveling, transporting, and fighting in space have greater allowance for design versatility when friction and drag are no longer an issue. Materials can be more dense, and designs can be more utilitarian. This does mean, however, that ships built for space must be built in space, at least if we are to avoid time-consuming and costly haulage from Earth, not to mention finding room for the colossal factories. Once the sizable initial investment is complete, orbital shipyards will provide an essential anchorage from which commerce, construction, and combat vessels alike will be born. The following technologies may now be researched: principles of space warfare. Okay, so let's hope I'm not setting myself up for massive disappointment. I'm going to unpause and just see what the contribution looks like. So we do 571 day. We are kicking their ass.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
I've increased popular support for the Resistance by 17% in Canada. That was a crit. So I'm going to make that a permanent assignment for now. We're now able to undertake the Xenology Lab project. Allows the construction of the following HAB modules, Xenology Lab. So maybe we'll finally get to see that bonus. And new project available, we are now able to undertake the Interplanetary Warships project. Allows construction of the following ship components: 30mm autocannon, 6-inch cannon, 10-inch cannon, crate missile bay, gunship, escort, and corvette.
Things are stabilizing.
And we are continuing to... Oh, wow, she's really killing it. Oh, this is because of a critical success. So we reduced strife by 1. Let's repeat that.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Okay, that's another permanent assignment.
They slipped away from us.
With each passing day, humanity shatters the boundaries of the possible. It is our certain destiny to move mountains at the touch of a button. We need only the will to do so. And your generous investment, of course. Chairman Soren van Wyk, opening remarks during Western Armory's annual earnings call.
Scientists around the world have gained full understanding of advanced magnetics. Project Exodus contributed the most science to the effort and has selected mass drivers as a new direction for global research. To meet the alien arrival in kind, we will require a paradigm shift in our own technology. We must reach the stars, both so that they can become a staging ground for the advancement and defense of humanity, and so that we can tap their remarkable resources for ourselves. In addition, to counter the advanced weapons our rivals might wield against us, we require bleeding-edge armaments of our own. Our scientists believe that the best way forwards is via magnetics on a hitherto unprecedented scale. Their tests have successfully demonstrated that precise sequential firing of a row of powerful electromagnets can grant incredible acceleration to a moving object. In time, they believe we will be able to apply this to a handheld weapons projectile to rapidly catapult resources from deep space to our facilities, or to build spacecraft capable of boosting their propulsion to reach once impossible speeds and destinations. Furthermore, they theorize that powerful magnetic fields can be used to contain new and unstable forms of energy. These latest advancements are but a gateway to a brighter future. We cannot yet wholly dispense with the old ways of propulsion, transport, and containment, but certainly a reality where they can dramatically augment them with magnetic forces within reach. The doorway to tomorrow yawns open before us. Yeah, they've really been killing it with tech, but notice we're in charge now. So two of the fields we control, and
we still lack support.
We're also beating them here. Oh wow! I really thought we had the U.S. on that. All right, one more. That was a really unlucky roll.
At your service.
The aliens have rapidly become more popular in Bangladesh. Perhaps we should invite the investigate alien activity there. It hasn't really worked for us.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Standing by for orders.
I wonder if there's a search. I'm terrible with... Right, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. So yeah, this hasn't really worked for us so far, but I still want to try.
Setting a watch.
Okay, Canada. 46, so we will continue to propagandize the Canadians, and Mexico, at least one more round of that. Okay, I can live with the rest of this. Hey, people.
Initiating recon.
Now, one of the reasons I haven't done Defend Interest is that I haven't actually seen that much of a threat to my territory, but in order to clear the tutorial, like, because we're generating a bunch of influence, that's something I'm a little more willing to do moving forward.
The people will come to our side.
Voice of America is kind of tempting here. So our monthly income is 126. I think I'm willing to spend for Voice of America. We might give it up later, but... And then I should do an ops-oriented one.
Violence is abating.
Okay, that was also a pretty good one, so reduced by 0.5. So El Salvador is down to...
sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay, so we have 55% in Mexico, 52 in Canada. All right, so we want to start on Guatemala next.
We're taking over.
Excellent, and we own the states now.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
So, the 3rd Infantry Division in the United States is now under the control of the Resistance. Our control point in the United States of America would be better protected from enemy purges with a defend interest mission. Agreed. So, this might be a point where I need to wrap up, I think, but let's just think about what the next few steps are going to be. So, this character can't spread the good word, so we'll defend our interests in the States.
I'm here.
So this didn't really get us anything, but we can start working on the troubled... Actually, where are we? 83 of 85. Okay, I'm still going to try and cause a little bit of trouble in the...
Cracking down.
In this region.
Standing by for orders.
Work on improving things in El Salvador.
Standing by.
But Naveen needs to start spreading the good word in some of our other regions.
We'll make our appeal.
Ready for my mission.
Standing by. We must persuade the people.
Ready.
And we'll continue to stabilize El Salvador.
We'll make things safe.
It's definitely considerably more balanced than it was before, but you know, we can lock in some of our gains. And just for comparison, so we're contributing 140, Exodus is contributing 95, 113, 79, 141, 95. So in this case, so one of the things that, if I was in this position, what I would be doing is I would be pulling back research from one of these queues, and I would be focusing my research into one. But that's not what the AI is doing right now. So basically, I'm going to be deciding all 3 global research. At this rate, I'm going to be deciding all 3 global research priorities at the end of the,
securing our
the
interests.
sequence. I put the right people in the right places, and our control in the United States of America is now protected until the 16th of November, 2023. Enemy factions trying to wrest control from us will suffer significant penalties. Now, this is not likely going to be the place where they try to attack us, but there you go.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, I'm going to make that a permanent assignment until it's at 50%.
Winning their hearts and minds.
Things are cooling off.
Okay.
Targets lost.
So we're going to have to figure out what we want Sydney Siebert to do. But other than that, we're in good shape. Just thinking if there's any good coup locations. So one of the things that's helpful to remember is that what I've been focusing on lately has been to take stuff for myself, and I've been purging. But oh man, are they really encouraging me to try and take China? Man, I am actually crazy enough to try. I can't believe I'm actually going to try and do this, but... So, like, on its own... Well, no, here's how we do it. We do what we were going to try before. Okay, so we lost Laos to the... Oh, wow, did we ever lose it to the servants?
Bringing them on board.
But yeah, we're going to start to fight in Vietnam. And that's gonna give me something a little bit more to motivate. I mean, I'm gonna wind up going over the cap, but we're already working on that. So,
ready to go.
So I'm going to take Alberto. I'm going to get him... I'm going to basically just park him in China for the next little bit. Oh, God, that's going to need so much money. Yeah. Okay, we're going to park him in Vietnam for a bit.
We'll make our appeal.
So maybe what I want to try and do, the servants are pretty well entrenched here.
The needle.
All right, we've completed operations research. Let's go for interplanetary warship. Oh, actually, hang on. This is xenology, so I'm actually going to do xenology lab just simply because I want to see those bonuses. 3% from alien activity investigation. So that earlier question about what investigating crash sites got me, well, in this case, it looks like it's a permanent bonus. And again, if you just take a look at our research, we are clobbering everyone. There is, I suspect, a small possibility that I could actually crank up the effort that I put into these other fields. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm actually going to wait for the science to turn over, and then we'll maybe consider reallocating it. But this is kind of this is sort of the payoff to the overall strategy that we had here. So, I mean, again, earlier on, I did try on my own time, I sort of found the, take over the EU and turn it into a super, a super country. And I didn't really want to do that because that seems to be something that's happening a lot. At least, well, okay, in fairness, I don't watch a lot of Twitch streams of this, but, I just saw a couple comments saying that, everyone's doing this. And I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it's one of the few federations. The only other one that you can go for would be Russia, which is kind of what it seems like. Maybe what seems like what the Academy's trying to do. But in our case, we took one of the things for me was that it was a chance for me to explore how some of these other mechanics work, right? So essentially, in our case, we said, okay, so there's no federations. The United States is big and hard to crack. So how do we achieve this, right? How do we go from taking Central American states, which on their own are maybe not very impressive, and get ourselves to a point where within the first year of activity in this game, we're throwing our weight around, right? We're determining every single hit in terms of global research. We're generating more cash than we know what to do with. I mean, our monthly influence, what is it now? We're almost at 100 influence per month. Even our ops, which I normally struggle with, I am getting 4 a turn. So in this case here, I kind of feel unless I go absolutely nuts in pursuing certain activities, I should be able to, to pull off some decent moves. Man, it just occurred to me, maybe I shouldn't be focusing on China. Maybe I should be focusing on Japan, which has been completely ignored. People are fighting in South Korea right now, although it does look like the Protectorate has the executive. Actually, they have enough that they could probably reunite Korea. But yeah, so at this point here, there's actually quite a bit that I can try to do. Now, I am going to be hitting my limit in terms of my control points, but as you can see, I've already got that anticipated by doing a little bit of management research as well. So, I mean, the likelihood of me controlling both the United States and China is, that's laughable, right? But depending on how much... depending on how much I get from it, I might actually be willing to take the hit, and then I just put a lot of investment into, into things that earn me extra influence. That is a potential approach that I might take. But yeah, one of the things I really wanted to do by focusing on the United States, and again, theoretically, I could have done this with China or Russia as well. But I wanted to try and take this example of a really difficult region to crack and sort of indirectly approach it. Now, in terms of my own understanding of the game, one of the things I do struggle with is the purges, the coups, and the lockdowns. And that's just because
Laying the groundwork.
I wind up in a lot of situations where I'm at like a 9% here. And it feels like even when I have a lot of neighboring regions and I've been doing a lot of operations to improve popular support, generally the probabilities still feel quite low for me. And I think that makes sense to a certain degree. For the simple reason that you probably don't want a game where countries are sort of like changing hands constantly. I kind of figure like a purge or a coup should probably be a somewhat rare event in developed countries. So, you know, like the likelihood of me, well, I mean, let's take a quick look. Like just by looking at the stats, if I wanted to try and topple Laos, I mean, it's very peaceful. You know, like generally the stats are actually quite good, and it's 83% support in Laos. So, I mean, there's a certain point here where I might say, well, maybe it's just not worth it, right? Like maybe this is, you know, if the only thing that it's going to be getting me is influence in China, you know, Cambodia is a more attractive target. Like, if I wanted to try and kick them out of Laos, maybe what I would do is I'd go for Cambodia and Thailand. And then I could sort of use it to smother Laos. Myanmar, similar story. They've really started to lock that down. So, you know, there's a few different ways that I'd approach it. Honestly, the China thing is just kind of a flex at this point. But in this case here, right, like by getting my foot in the door in North America, I've given myself this foundation on which I'm going to be building a much more impressive operation. And one of the big things is that I'm going to be using the tech tree to start doing things like explore the moon, explore Mars, and just generally make it so that I'm able to get those mining operations underway, get my satellites doing what I want them to do, and also like building ships to take out the aliens. I'm not quite sure what happened to those ones that were in orbit. They kind of just seem to have gotten bored and left. But you know, lots of opportunities here. But this is really just a question of within 1 year, we've laid what feels like a really strong foundation in order to be able to pursue some of the other goals for the game. And I'm interested in seeing where it goes. But I have streamed 2 hours past what I normally would do. It's midnight, so I'm going to say Twitch, June 14th. Now, I will confess, I'm not 100% sure when I'm going to be able to stream this game again. And that's just because I have... so I normally stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Wednesday, I'm definitely doing Industries of Titan by Brace Yourself Games. They are a company that's, you know, kind of took a shot on me. Brace Yourself basically gave me a key to Industries of Titan pretty much within 24 hours of a very long-standing developer who had sort of, you know, kind of given keys, and something that had become a bit of an institution in the channel kind of ghosted me. So I was feeling really crummy. And then within 24 hours, this developed. They did Crypt of the Necrodancer, Industries of Titan is wonderful, and they also do Phantom Brigade. So it turned around and just made me feel like $1 million, saying it's like, yeah, hey, check out Industries of Titan. Here's your influencer key. So on top of the fact that I think they make very good games, I also just think they're really nice people. I've got a chance to kind of talk with them about their games. So it's a similar, you know, much like Terra Invicta, it's definitely something that I'm personally very interested in and I feel very invested in. And so definitely Brace Yourself will kind of have their fixed day for the foreseeable future. And then Friday's kind of open. And honestly, I do have a few things I've been meaning to get back to. So I'll probably wind up doing Out There or Songs of Conquest. But maybe what I'll try and do is see if I can get a sneaky stream in on Tuesday or Thursday. So Tuesday would be tomorrow. And if I can't do that, maybe I'll just try and do another weekend stream or something. But I hope this has given you for the fans of Terra Invicta, I hope you at least have liked the slower approach to the game, or at least that I've tried to do something a little bit different. For those of you who are interested in Terra Invicta, please definitely check out the demo. It's currently part of Steam Next Fest. I think the last I heard is it'll be available until about the 20th or a little bit past that. There's a lot of content in here. Obviously, we didn't spend a lot of time in space. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to save that game. And of course, if you are interested in the game and you haven't done so, please wishlist it. It helps the developers reach out to you. If they aren't able to convince you for the day one sale, it will at least inform you when it goes on a discount. It lets people know general interest, and more importantly, it lets friends on your list. I have definitely wishlisted stuff on the basis of seeing people wishlist. So I don't know. I don't think people have a good idea in terms of what their influence on their friends is, but this is a game I definitely think is worth supporting. And again, it will be released. Currently, it's scheduled for second half of 2022. I'm certainly willing to wait, but I know I'm going to be enjoying as much of this demo as I can. And again, thank you to Hooded Horse. I know it's available to everyone now, but I do appreciate them giving me the demo a day early. We'll leave with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Our visitors from outer space could be forgiven if they reported home that our planet is inhabited by a race of insane men whose future is bleak and uncertain. Oh, I wanted to go to the main menu. I'm going to try and find somebody to host tonight. If you can just give me a second here. We've got... I just want to draw your attention to the wishlist on Steam button here, so you don't even need to leave the game. I'm going to put up the credits. By the way, for the Watch the Skies game, Shut Up and Sit Down did 2 videos on it. So thank you for the recommendation, Elgrins. I'm not familiar with Shut Up and Sit Down, but I definitely will take a look. I'm just going to take a quick second in here and see if there's anybody I can host. There's quite a few more of you than I was expecting. So I've noticed Full Metal Stug is currently doing Terra Invicta. They currently have 1 viewer, so they probably just got started. The other thing I will mention is that I do have a game developer friend who I know, Valiant Cheese. Oh, but he's not doing game development right now. So yes, let us host Full Metal Stug. I don't know... You should YouTube their board game aficionados. Cool. I'll definitely check it out then. Yeah, because I never get to play board games unless they have solo options. But it doesn't mean that I'm not interested. I've got a big collection of them, so I'll definitely check it out. Thank you again for the recommendations. So yeah, I do feel I need to do this disclaimer a little bit more often than I used to, but I have tried to be generous in my hosts and, to go out, particularly for people who may have a smaller viewership or just generally are playing a game that I'm playing, right? Because it's good to build communities around games that there's mutual interest. But I have noticed the last couple of times I've hosted some people, they've been dicks, basically. Not necessarily to me, but just obviously what they're saying is maybe a little bit too close to the edgelord kind of humor than I would normally feel comfortable with. So my hope is Full Metal Stug is not that. If they're playing Terra Invicta, my hope is that, and my expectation is that they are an absolutely stand-up individual, full of mirth and erudition, and that you'll have a great time. But as always, just keep in mind, I'm hoping it's someone good, but I am kind of jumping in without sights here. But I do hope you enjoy it. If nothing else, I hope you enjoy some time playing Terra Invicta yourself. Oh, that's one thing I can do. I've got half my time left. Steam Link, can I get you up in time? Oh God, no. Ah! Haha, there's the link. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. Take care of Full Metal Stug. Until next time.